Okay. Yeah, it seems like we're fine now. Okay, I think we're good now. This should sound more normal now. I don't know what was wrong. No audio? That can't be right. Wait, never mind. Okay, thank goodness. No, you said that, and I was like, I was just literally having audio problems. So I'm like, please don't tell me I killed all the audio. No, it should sound normal now. For whatever reason, I added another microphone source and then deleted it, and it fixed the first microphone source. So there you go, technology. Wabam. How you doing, Thor and Mango? Hi. It's time. So where we last left off, we arrived on the island. Your stream was muted? Yeah, okay. It was weird when I first booted up, though. Something about it. It was like left channel was more prominent than right channel or something like that. I don't. Thank God. Thank goodness it got fixed. That's all I gotta say. So we landed on the island. Rokojima, I believe, is the name of it. And we met most of the family. We met a couple of the servants. And yeah, we're just about to continue forward on our Umineko. I'd like to set down our luggage soon. Goda-san, what rooms are we all going to take? It should be the same as the previous year. Allow me to guide you. Please, this way. We headed towards a trim, elegantly simple guest house. This was going to be our temporary quarters for the night. Cannon watched over a hedge, as the guests all entered the guest house. Then he let his eyes fall on those heavy sacks of fertilizer piled up in the wheelbarrow. In his mind, he kept going over his previous mistake. Battler, big and strong, had picked up the sacks in front of him. The sacks Cannon couldn't lift himself, as if they were feathers. It would be extremely difficult for an outside observer to guess what emotions that favor had stirred up in Cannon. But, as far as you could tell by watching him hang his head, there was something that he just couldn't let go of. Muttered words escaped his lips, but those words he murmured were so soft that they didn't reach even his own ears. Even I. Cannon hung his head, slightly biting his lower lip. Controlling. Hold on. I remember the rose garden. Oh, what's happening to me? That's been happening too. Something's up with my PC for sure. I don't know how to reconcile it. I probably just need to free up some memory. I remember that rose garden, but I don't remember this guest house at all. Was it built recently? Torarian Visitor's Retreat was written on a gatepost-like thing, but since everyone called it the guest house, I followed their lead. Gatehouse. The brand new Western-styled guest house, which stood overlooking the roses, had a magnificent design carefully done in harmony with the garden. Whoa, Umineko, yeah. Hi, Cat Deer Snooze. Correct. It was built the year before last. Ever since then, they've had us sleep over here. This place is more fun than that junky old mansion you knew. I wish my room was over here. I want a room here too. I want one. I guess you could say my own house was upper class, but to me, it felt completely ordinary compared to the Head family. The display of wealth was shocking, as was the fact that they'd built this kind of awesome guest house for guests who came over only a few times a year.
Eva-sama, Hideyoshi-sama.
Evi-sama, Hideyoshi-sama. Please, do make use of this room.
Rudolph-sama,
Rudolph, Kyrie, please take this one over here.
やっぱりここは
I
綺
really
麗
do
で
love how
上品
beautiful
で
and
いいわ
elegant this place
ね
is.
洋風って
Western style architecture
本当に素
truly
敵
is
だわ
wonderful.
ほんの2、3日なら洋風もええやろが、ずっといて落ち着
I
く
can
のは
handle
断
Western
固
design.
和風や
Whoa,
ね。
wait. The game is like really loud. The game is like really loud when I'm talking. That's supposed to not be the case? Hold on. Something else is wrong. And I'm dying. Right, this isn't how you get better at fighting games. Disagree. Oh yeah, the noise ducking source isn't... Wait, hold on. Does the game have the noise ducking? You're supposed to play Blue Archive? Ducking. Yeah, ducking from microphone. Okay, no. So it does duck. It's just not... It's not ducking enough when they talk. Maybe my microphone's being too quiet. I think it used to get a little louder than this. I think for some reason this microphone's a little quieter than it was before. Maybe I'm gonna turn it up just a hair. Hopefully this doesn't ruin everything. I don't know. We'll chill there. Japanese people just relax best on tatami mats.
新しい家を和風にするか洋風にす
Oh,
るか
I
で
know what
喧
it
嘩
is.
してね。
I think I just made the game a little louder than I should have. I think I want to be like here with the game.
お父さんが和風で
Mom
着
still
工
holds
さ
a
せた
grudge
の
about
を
Dad having the
母さ
construction
んま
start
だ
with a
根に持って
Japanese layout,
よ
and they
く言い
bicker
合い
all
を
the
するん
time
だよ。
about it. Yeah, the game is supposed to get quieter. I'm sorry, I'm very distracted by my audio right now. We have an ad break, so I can maybe try to tackle it here. Yeah, I don't know what the problem is. It's not ducking... It's not ducking the audio like it was before. Test. Yeah, it should be sending it downwards. Hold on. Filters. Ratio. Threshold. -32 dB. I'm definitely clearing negative 32 pretty easily. Maybe I'm not though. Maybe I'm not. Oh my god, and now I think this is a PC performance issue right now. More than anything. It seems like my VTube Studio is crashing. It seems like none of my audio settings want to pick up the way that they want to pick up. Seems like we are having a major malfunction here. This might not last terribly long. Okay, we are so back. Don't love this look. Something is definitely up. Yeah, I'm like exploding. I think maybe my memory is low. Now there's plenty of free space on the drive. About 18% of the drive is free. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna roll with it. We do what we do.
ジョージ兄さんのところは両親仲が良くて羨ましいぜ。
I'm really jealous, George. Your parents get along well, don't they?
うちなんか冷め切ったもんさ。
Mine are so frosty. Mine are so frosty.
そのくせ、
Then again,
私の成
they're always
績
in
の
sync
話
when
だ
it
け
comes
は
to my
連帯しや
grades.
がる。
Yeah, dude, this audio is not supposed to be battling with me like that. I'm sorry. Didn't change anything though. What the frick happened? Is it one of these buttons? Maybe I gotta do something with one of these buttons. Maybe this button? This button? I'm gonna try this button. It seems like, oh yeah, well, maybe not. All the rooms used to be for 2 people. I was grateful since I wasn't gonna be forced to share the same room with the old bastard, under the pretext that we were family. And anyway, I figured those two would be able to enjoy themselves with someone like me around. Heh.
何気持ち
What's
悪い
with
顔
that
で笑
creepy
ってんのよ
smile? Yeah, I guess it gets ducked a little bit when I talk, but it really doesn't. I hate that I get so distracted by this stuff. Maybe this? I don't know if it's a setting that I don't have on anymore for some reason. Maybe it's this setting? Oh, maybe it's this setting.
どうせ下世話なこと考えてるんでし
You're
ょ
thinking about something dirty, aren't you?
ゲセアなんてとんでもない。
That actually shut off my entire microphone.
どうぞごゆっくりお過ごしくださいませ。
Maybe if I just move it a little closer to my mouth? I don't know.
あ、はい、出た。言えたよ、クソ親父。
Once again, Dad pulled my ears from behind.
バカなこと言ってんじゃねえ。
Cut the crap.
ほら、胃がキリキリ
I'm
痛み
getting
始
a
めて
stomach
て。
ache, and I'm not in the mood for this. You're the guest of honor this time around.
せいぜい親父
So
や兄貴たち
play
に
as nice as
可愛がられる
possible with Dad and Aniki and the rest.
親父の前では
And at the
言
very
葉
least,
遣いにだけ
be
気を
careful
つ
what
け
you
ろ。
say in front of Dad. Got it?
あの人、本当にシャレが通じ
Because
ねえからね。
wisecracks don't go too well with him.
ジェシカちゃん、
Jessica
我ら
Chan,
が当主
what's
様
the
のご
head
機嫌は
mood been
最
like
近どうな
lately?
んだ？
去年から
Same as last year, I
相変わ
guess.
らず余命3ヶ月
Considering they say he's got 3 months left to live,
って割に
he's
は
as lively, grumpy,
イライラして
and
るって話
irritable
です
as ever. Meaning this
今
year
年
he's
も
in
相
his
変わら
usual
ず不
bad
機嫌っ
mood.
てわけねおもりができるの
And
は
as
やっ
usual,
ぱり
the only
源
one
氏
who's
さん
able
だ
to
け
look
なの
after him is Genji-san.
親方様も
It seems the
源氏
master
さ
will
んに
open
だ
his
けは
heart to
心
no
を
one
許して
else.
おい私たち下々では近
Lately,
頃
us
はお
small
目通
people have
りす
not
ら
even
な
been
かなか
granted an
叶わ
audience
ず
with him.
また書斎に閉じこもって
He shut himself up in his study again,
怪しげな黒魔術三昧じ
probably
ゃねえ
doing
のか
nothing
な
but that weird black magic of his.
何をやろうとてめ
What
え
he
の
does
趣味
for
だ
a
から
hobby is his
構わね
own
えけ
damn
ど
business, but
匂
when
い
he
が
starts
立ち込め
stinking
る
up the
系を
house,
勘弁して
it
ほし
really
い
gets
も
on
ん
my
だぜ
nerves. Black magic stinking up the house, huh? Wonder what that is. I think the microphone is just too quiet to actually set off the ducking. So what am I missing here? What's the problem and why did this microphone suddenly get really quiet, dude? I really don't want to equalize my microphone again. Ugh. I'm like dreading the thought of having to do that. What an esoteric fighting game. Yeah. This is truly the one fighting game to rule them all. Sorry, I'm stuck on this like. Alright, what if I turn the microphone ducking off?
ついでにそのま
Does
ま
that do?
書
Yeah,
斎
see,
から
it's
永
not
久に
it's
出
not
てく
actually
んなってんだ
changing anything when I have it on or off. And I don't know if it's not see. Oh wait, did that work?
年長の
Hold
人
on.
に
Test, test, test,
そんな言い方をするもんじゃないよ。
test, 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 test. No, it's not working. I probably have to change these settings, which is such a pain in the butt. Hey Reeth, how's it going? I'm losing it. I'm really losing my mind. I don't know why the audio for the games isn't ducking like it was before. I had that going so well. It just seems like the games are a little loud relative to my voice.
後ろ宮家を復興させてくれた大恩人なんだから、もっと感
You
謝
could
しな
always
い
turn
と。
off the VA till it's fixed, maybe? I could do that. How do I... I could turn their voice down too. That's also an option. I'll probably do that. Well,
ごめん
sorry. After being rebuked by George Aniki, Jessica had no choice but to take back the thoughtless remark. The Yushirumiya family was wealthy beyond belief, but of course, that meant all its members were a bit strange and completely out of touch with the world at large. And on top of the chain, the family head, our grandfather, seemed especially strange and terrifying, even for our family. Yeah, I'm getting... my microphone used to be louder. I'm not gonna change any more settings. We're just gonna roll with it today, because I think if I change settings, ultimately that's gonna be worse. And I think I just need to, like, clean up my PC a little bit. I think it's a performance thing more than it's a hardware thing. I did bump my microphone while I was sorting cards earlier, so I hope I didn't bump it too hard. Dad said he was getting a stomachache earlier, and I imagine that reflected the honest feelings of all the adults here today. Yeah, see, because I'm not actually going into the red like I used to. Something's definitely up with the microphone, I don't know. No doubt they were jealous of us grandchildren, who could just play around and laugh without a care. Maybe I turned it too much before. Hold on, sorry, I know I'm obsessed with this, but I swear we'll have it. We'll be where we want to be in a moment. Let me just, I'm a bit stressed, but once this month is over, I got my bachelor's degree finally. That's amazing news. I'm super glad to hear that. Sorry, I'm just trying to test the microphone. I think it wants to pick up from here. Trying to see where I might have had it grabbed prior. Probably here. Oh, what's this? Ooh. No, that's just a string. I think it picks up. Oh, that seems right. I probably got a little louder there, but that seems right. I think it's in the right spot now. From those stories Dad told me, the family head was a violent man who ruled with his fists, beating his children, even his daughters, mercilessly with a wooden sword. Hello, Cam Gaming. Hi. If he was so strict and uptight about that, why couldn't he have been a little more conservative with his kids' names? Because of that, even us grandchildren had to suffer. Anyway, I can't say I've had any trouble believing those terrifying stories about him. I don't remember meeting him very often, but I think I recall him looking extremely grumpy all the time, always making people cower with that sharp gaze of his. I remember that room's atmosphere got so tense whenever he was around, you couldn't even breathe. What my dad said about me being the guest of honor now carries a little more oomph for me. 6 years ago, I was in elementary school, but I'm a high schooler now. If I act up, things could get serious. Oh, scary. He does look frightening. But he's frightening, excuse me. He does look frightening, but he's not so terrifying that you need to tense up like that. Nothing of what he says is truly unreasonable. He may be clumsy at talking, but he's a very logical person. But George, you've been the family darling since, like, forever because of your awesome grades, right? Grandfather treats us completely differently. I've even gotten slapped with a wooden sword. On my ass. My ass. On my maidenly innocent ass. They have a lot of choice words in this game, huh? Well, you're the heiress of the head family, Jessica. Grandfather is giving you special attention. You've got to realize that his strictness reflects his high hopes for you. I always kind of think that's BS, right? Like, if there's high expectations, like, even if there's more expectations, you shouldn't be held to a different standard, you know? I always find that, like, kind of BS. Oh, maybe I'm too close to my microphone. I don't know. It kind of seems right again. I'm just gonna roll with it. Not gonna lie, I thought you were playing the Umineko fighting game because of the title. Yeah, no, I'm just playing the regular one, but it's still to get good at fighting games. Does CVS 3 look more likely to me? I think Street Fighter 6 is CVS 3. They added Terry and Mai. I think, like, I don't think they're gonna actually make a separate game for it at this point. I think they might do guest characters in both directions. Seriously, I could just turn the succession over to you, George. It's a bit of a heavy burden for me to carry. I think I already said that before, but Jessica's the girl heir to the head family. Oh, maybe turn the microphone this way. Sorry, I know I'm all over the place with this microphone thing. It's just really bothering me. I'm sorry. We're only cousins in branch families, so she probably feels totally different sort of pressure than we do. You want Marvel? Yeah, Marvel would be nice. I don't know if we'll ever get another Marvel game. Jessica, is that heavy? If I help hold it, will it get lighter? Street Fighter 6 is CVS 3, just like MBTL is the FGO fighting game? Yeah. Yeah. I feel that. I think I would call that a true statement.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's okay. I'm not going to push it onto you, Maria. I'm going to bear this cross. Wow. I'm going to bear this cross until my grave. Don't worry. She was grateful for Maria's innocent concern, but Jessica's face still seemed to contain some of the uneasiness she felt towards the future. Maybe we were in the same boat. Any high schooler with exams approaching would have trouble hiding their anxiety for the future. That mouse needs a decade before they lighten up on their Marvel IP. Yeah, I think we finally reached the point where Marvel is not the golden goose for Disney anymore. Like, I think they kind of realized that people are fatigued of it. And so I think the process for, like, chilling it out and, like, trying to make money kind of tangentially through it is starting now. So yeah, I think we're hitting that cycle, and in the next however many years, we'll probably see it. Maria, come here. You and I will be in this room. Butler-kun, I heard you're going to be with me in this room here. Oh, we get to room with George? Oh. Now there's a surprise. It's bigger than our parents' rooms. Dang. Wow, we get the nice rooms. I'm going to turn the volume down a little bit more on voice and music. We get no music now? Did I screw it? Oh no. Okay. Well, I figured we cousins would all want to hang out together. So I told them to get a bigger room ready. Oh! I like it here more too. I'd rather be here than with Mama. Ooh. Oh, you like it better here too, Maria? Okay, this room is George and mine, but we'll give you special permission to come in. Better keep it a secret from your mom, okay? The secret. Aunt Rosa was right behind us, but Maria still answered, striking the air with her fists clenched tight. After setting down their luggage in their rooms, our parents had gathered again in the corridor. Hey, what are you brats? this dude, what are you brats planning to do? Are you cousins just gonna stay here and chat? It seemed they were heading to the mansion to announce their arrival. Normally, they would make us follow them and greet everyone together. Edward Falcon for SF6? That would actually be sick. Give me a Power Stone character in modern Capcom game. That would be super cool. He's saying it's okay if we don't come, so what do we do? Well, it's gonna be lunchtime before long anyway. Better let the kids unwind here. Besides, if worst comes to worst, this might be their last chance to play outdoors. Huh? I'll go too. Maria, you house sit for Mama, okay? Behave yourself and wait here. Oh. Since Maria was being told to house sit here, we certainly couldn't leave her on her own. George noticed this immediately and gave a clear reply from all of us cousins. Well then, we will accept your offer and house sit. We've got lots of stories to tell each other after being away for a year. Ah, that sounds wonderful. And Battler has 6 years worth of story to tell, doesn't he? Yeah. I'll take care of this house like a good boy. Kumasawa, I'm gonna stay here too. We'll break rank and leave the rest of the adults. Hey. Perhaps that would be best. I'll report it to Madam. Then allow me to guide you all to the mansion. This way, please. Oh, they got the liminal space on the top of the stairs. Why is there a fire extinguisher just in a thing on the top of the stairs? Is that the best place for that? The other children are one thing, but George is getting to be an adult. Wouldn't it be better if he came with us? Oh, George is getting some rite of passage, family heir stuff. If we make him come, then poor George will be the only one out of place. Interacting with his cousins is also important. Okay, see you later. The adults left one after the other. They left in the same formation as our trip from the harbor, with Goda-san leading and Kamasuo-san taking up the rear. As we gathered in the room assigned to us cousins, George asked us to excuse him for 1 second. He rushed over to Kumasawa, who was following behind the disappearing adults, and seemed to ask her something. He soon finished his business and came back. What's up? What's up, Aniki? Nothing, don't worry. I just wanted to ask her something. Oh, why does she... I know she's like 4 or 9 or whatever, but she starts every sentence with that, ooh. What could George be asking Kumasawa-san and not me? I wonder. Well, I don't have a clue. No. I assure you, it's a misunderstanding. Not that I know what you're misunderstanding anyways. Aniki was getting pretty tongue-tied. It was almost as though he felt guilty about something, and Jessica knew exactly what he was worried about. Playcom, thank you for the resub. 29 months. Welcome back to the tournament staff. I appreciate the support. Thank you. At any rate, it's no fun if Jessica gets to know about it and not me. Hey, Maria. Looks like we're the only two out of the loop, huh? Don't you want to know what they're talking about? Yeah, we want to know too. Oh my god. The noises. I can't with like mouth noises and like that's... I fooled around while oohing together with Maria. Have you all seen that tweet? I don't remember how it was worded, but it was like me, a man with misophonia, trying to console my crying daughter, and it's like, Daddy doesn't hate you, Daddy hates mouth noises, or something like that. It was such a good, it was so well worded when I read it on Twitter, but yeah, it was like people don't understand how challenging it is being somebody with misophonia when my daughter is crying because no one will feed her. I have to, it might have been an Onion thing, but it was like I have to listen to her shouting and screeching. I don't know if I can find it, but it was a pretty good one. It gave me a good chuckle about a week ago. I'm surprised you tell such a terrible lie, Aniki. Confess. Maria, you tickle his right side, and I'll tickle his left. Ooh. I've got the right. Adler's got the left. Oh, chotto. What are these noises? Marie and I played around chasing George as he tried to escape, rolling onto the bed. I realize high schoolers aren't supposed to bounce around like kittens, but I still miss this kind of fun. A warm, cozy kind of fun. The last fun I will have for the next 8 games. George, what were you asking Kumasawa-san? Wait, I've got a good guess. It's been a year since the last time he's visited the head family. Who knows what servants might have come and gone during that time. Either way, it looks like he'd like to go and say hi. Oh, he's got a crush on one of the servants, perhaps? I want to say hi, too. What the hell? That's nothing to feel guilty about, Aniki. What's up? I'm not buying it. Maria, don't be fooled. Aniki's still hiding something. More torture. The electric wind godfist, his cousin, dude? Just frames it? Yeah. Look at that. They're all having tons of fun. Till a dead body rolls out of the closet. Because this is a VN. And things can't stay nice for long. She's probably busy cleaning or getting lunch ready. Don't worry. She'll drop by to say hi sooner or later. Oh yeah, this is a servant that George has a crush on or something. I bet you'd rather been welcomed in by Shannon instead of that nosy Goda. It's Shannon.
Shannon?
Shannon? Shannon. Yeah, I remember a girl with that name. Is she still a servant? How's she doing? Oh, we had an ad break. I thought the ad break was about to start. That's my bad. You didn't miss anything. There's a servant named Shannon that George may or may not have wanted to say hi to. By the way, I almost said Nanase. By the way, Natsuki-ne, how's your headache been lately? Seemed pretty serious before. Oh, new person. I have been much better lately. Thank you for your concern. Oh, right, here. A present for you, Natsuhi. Thank you. I'm always receiving gifts from you. Is this black tea? It's herb tea with peppermint and lemon balm. It's a blend from a well-known store, and it's supposed to be good for headaches. I thought it might help you, too. Rosa was always a conscientious woman. Probably because she was the youngest of 4 and much younger than the other 3. She managed to grow up without gaining the venomous nature of her siblings. Her kind words got Natsuhi to soften her expression for just a moment. But it wasn't enough to melt her stony gaze, hardened as it was by long years of mental stress. So this is Jessica's mom. Come to think of it, you're always complaining about those headaches. She's got a demon in her head. The worms are back. Pull yourself together. Jessica-chan has her exams this year, right? That's going to be a turning point in her life. Will she really be able to rely on you as the mother if you're like that? Besides, Natsuki-ne-san, you're 3 years younger than me. You should get your act together. Man, they just never stop bickering at each other. Look, she's suffering. Look at her. She has the face of pain. I apologize. I've had a tendency for headaches my whole life. Even under normal circumstances, Ava seems sometimes failed to choose her words carefully. She's just like me for real. Yeah. But her comments aimed at Natsuhi contains shards of obvious malice, even though she hid it with a smile. All of everyone's comments are shards of malice. Of course, that fact didn't escape Natsuhi. She frantically contained her urge to grimace and pretended to ignore Ava. Drink a grimace shake. Got a headache so bad, I drank this grimace shake. Our Battler-kun will have his exams this year too. Rudolph, shouldn't you be a little concerned as well? For the sake of your own son, you'd better get serious to the point of having headaches like Natsuhi. If I say anything, he automatically rebels. So what should I say? Should I say the opposite? That it's okay for him to mess around? That's probably the only way I could get him to listen to me. Hideyoshi, George did really well on his exams, right? Please, you've got to teach me the trick to handling children. Well, it's probably because I got him to understand why he should study. Study isn't worth anything on its own. That's right. The real point of studying is to practice researching stuff on your own whenever you bump into something you don't know. That's actually true. If you can't do that, you can't be useful to society. I'm not talking about math or writing. You gotta learn how to learn. See, this is that deep-seated fighting game knowledge that I've sorely been lacking. That's splendid. I wish our Jessica could understand that as well. If she is to be the heiress of the Yoshiromiya family, then at this rate, do you really have to force her into becoming the successor? After all, a woman has to find a woman's happiness. Wow. Parents shouldn't force such things on their children, don't you think?
予算かエヴァ
Hold your horses, Ava. Hold your horses there, Ava.
子供の育て方は
Each family has its own way of
家
raising their
それぞれ
kids.
押し付けがましいのはあ
You
かんで
shouldn't be pushy.
ごめんなさい。
Oh, I'm sorry.
姉さんも
Natsuhi, don't take this the wrong way, but I'm completely contradicting the entire way you're raising your daughter. Oh, there's the headaches again. Though the light shining through the window was quite warm despite the cloudy weather, there was a dark mood about the room, which was probably causing headaches for more than just Natsuhi. As if to sweep away the mood, Kairi brightly made a suggestion to all those present.
でも、本
Still,
当に素敵な香り
This
の紅
black
茶
tea
ね。
has a really lovely
早
aroma.
速いただいてみま
Let's
したよ
drink it right away.
レオポルドの
In
紅茶なん
Japan,
て
surely you couldn't find something like Leopold's black tea anywhere but Ginza, right?
キリエ姉さんはお詳しいですね。
I see you know a lot about it, Kiri.
買ってきた甲斐
Or
がありまし
Kairi?
た。
I guess it was worth going through the trouble of buying it. Kairi and Rosa stood up from their seats and made as if to prepare the black tea. But Natsuhi forestalled them.
お二人ともありがとう。
I thank you both.
それは後でいた
But
だ
we
き
can
ましょ
try
う。
that later. Put that shit away.
うちの者が
One
す
of
ぐ
our
お茶を
people
持
will
って
soon
き
be
ますの
coming to
で
bring some tea.
どうぞお
So
くつろぎください。
please relax. Tea mentioned? Uh-oh. Is this a thing? Is this like a reoccurring thing? There's always tea?
二人とも後にしろよ。
Leave it for later, you
ドリン
two.
クくらいごちそうになります。
Whoa. We come bearing your daily dose of copium. Kopi, thank you for the raid. Hello. Welcome, welcome. It is, but more I'm just a tea nerd. Oh, I like tea too. My work just started offering free tea? Yeah, that's why did I struggle with that? But yeah, welcome Raiders. Hi, my name is Rysair, tournament organizer and VTuber. I largely play fighting games on this channel. As you can see, we are reading Umineko, so I'm really getting to work on getting better at fighting games. I appreciate the raid. Thank you. Let me give you a shout out. You're playing some Elden Ring.
JS, that's unfortunate.
Oh, look, Strive.
Oh.
Oh no.
3K.
Oh, is this an Omni-Deeg type clip?
Right here.
Old clip. I see. Yeah, this thing has a tendency to like pick really old clips, and you're like, I don't want that. But yeah, I think there's a paid feature you can use to feature more recent clips. I might consider doing that because pretty much every time I do a shout out, everyone's like, oh no, turn it off. But how was your stream? I hope you had a good one. Sit back and relax on this Saturday if you want to hang out, or if you gotta go, totally understandable. Take care of yourself. And yeah, appreciate you sharing your folks with me. Rudolph gave a subtle signal with his eyes for them to sit down again. Kairi and Rosa understood instantly and obediently returned to their seats. The initial greeting of the guests was complete, so it was time for them to be served some tea. It was embarrassing for the host that the tea was late, especially now that the guests were talking about making tea themselves. So embarrassing. Millennia increased the death count by 50% already, but the fighting game character run is going well. Oh, that's cool. That's a really cool idea, actually. Kind of basing your like FromSoft character off a fighting game character. Natsu bit her lower lip, frustrated by the ineptitude of the servants who were late bringing in the tea. I felt bad for her, but like she's kind of like chill, lady. It's just tea. Seeing her face, Ava immediately started to giggle. Ava's kind of the best. Of course, Shannon had no way of knowing what was taking place in the parlor. She came pushing a servant cart piled with teacups. Uh-oh. For no apparent reason, Natsu gave her a pained look, and Shannon couldn't help but flinch without knowing what she had done wrong. Hi, Popcat. Shannon spotted? Yep. I imagine she's a lot of people's favorite character. So she goes here probably. And we saw one of Jessica's parents, and I'm guessing this is the grandpa. Excuse me, your tea is ready.
Oh,
Shannon. It's been a while. You keep getting prettier every time I see you. Oh, thanks. Save the chatting for after you've set the table. Man, it's like so relatable in so many ways where like Natsuhi is just like so stressed about the tea that she's gonna just like Like, nobody else cares about the tea, but she is so upset that the tea is late that she's gonna make it a problem, even though she's the only one who cares that the tea is late and she's the host. The tea will get cold. Come on now. Oh, I apologize, madam. She apologized like a small frightened animal, bumped against the serving cart, and made a jarring racket as she dropped several teaspoons. Oh no. Shannon will now be executed in front of the family. Her clumsiness made Natsuhi's expression turn even darker, which made Shannon quail even more. Come on, Natsuhi, not the teaspoons. If you drop 3 of them, you drop a whole tablespoon. Oh, I'm sorry. Come on, Natsuhi. There's nothing wrong with her exchanging a few words in greeting. The tea must be plenty cold already. Oh my god, she... I don't know if I love her or hate her. What's her name? Ava? I don't know if I love her or hate her. She's kind of the best. Considering how long we've been kept waiting. Ha there's no need to worry. It's not cold yet. The tea's gone cold. I wonder why I had any at all. Shannon, finish setting the table quickly. I'm sorry, madam. Natsuhi's irritation was obvious by now. Yeah. The ineptitude that delayed the tea, the clumsiness of the servants, everything pointed to the incompetence of Natsuhi's everyday leadership, making her lose face. Oh, she's one of those. This reflects poorly on me. As the person in charge of the Ushiromiya head family's kitchen, allowing that clumsiness to be exposed, today of all days, was surely nothing less than total humiliation. Lay off, Natsuhi. Don't you think it's a little harsh to bully Shannon when she's trying her best? Wait, base Rudolph? I'm not bullying anyone. There's another hidden piece of fighting game technology inside Umineko. It's never bullying, no matter how much you 100-0 your opponent. L plus ratio plus the tea's cold plus you drop 3 spoons plus the streets make their own tea now. What a nice... Oh, did they do it? What a nice aroma. May I ask what brand this is? Oh, no, she didn't make her own. Okay. I'm terribly sorry. I'll find out for you later. Oh, yeah, it's the old... Yeah, we'll just take this call offline and we'll settle that later. Kairi was trying to be nice, hoping to cut through the tense mood. However, Shannon had embarrassed herself instead, darkening Natsuhi's face and the room's mood. By this point, Ava was audibly giggling. I would be too. I don't know, I kind of think, I guess, tag yourself, right? Like, I think I'm Ava in this situation where I don't know if I would actively be antagonizing and making it worse, but I would definitely be reveling in everybody cringing over nothing. What's this? Shannon, do you even know what you're pouring at? Yeah, I don't know, she's kind of being an ass now. I know she's only doing this to piss off Natsuhi. Come now, you mustn't serve something so suspicious to guests. Among Us spotted? Oh, I dropped my phone. Shoot. We'll need a silver spoon at the very least before we can drink this. I'm not instigating like Ava, but when shit like this happens at family events, I always think it's hilarious. Agreed. That's where I'm at. I'm sorry. I'll go get one immediately. Shannon, do you know what silver spoons are used for? They have to be silver. Are they used to kill werewolves? Do you know why? No. A teasing smile rose to Ava's face as she stared at Shannon setting the table. By itself, Ava's expression was sweet in an impish sort of way. Impurist Club mentioned. However, the words being spun from her lips held the keenness of a razor within them. Fire Merlin X Water Nico. Oh, is that the is the Ascent back on? I might put it on in the background. For those of you unfamiliar, Grand Archive's first major tournament of this season is going on right now, Ascent Taipei. And yeah, we've got Fire Merlin versus Water Nico. Pretty hype. I'll put that on in the background. Shannon tried with all of her might to avoid Ava's continuing gaze, trying not to be turned to stone. Realizing that Shannon was hard-pressed for an answer, Rosa gave some timely help. They say that if silver is touched by poison, it darkens. Guess you've learned something today, Shannon-chan. Shannon-chan. They were acting as though the tea needed to be tested for poison before it could be drunk. In Natsuhi's eyes, this was an insult both to the tea and to herself for serving it. I love Water Nico. I nearly beat Impy with it. Yeah, Water Nico's pretty good. I'm curious how this Ascent is gonna play out. There's a lot of decks that have come through and a lot of surprises. A lot of non-surprises too, but I think a lot of people are not surprised that there's so much Tristan, but my team, we thought Tristan was pretty bad going into this format, and she really stepped up in the meta. And then the Windsander Allies deck is what I'm really interested in. That thing looks sweet. Umineko gang. Hello, Slush. Rudolph laughed flippantly and patted Ava's shoulder. Ha! Silver cutlery wouldn't do any good to you, Aneke. Game 1 won by Mil 50? Whoa. Just one lick of your poisonous tongue, and even a silver plate would turn pitch black. Got him. Since I get to hear that poison tongue every day, I must be poison-proof myself by now. Ava, I don't mind when you use it on me, but you'd better hold back when talking to people who haven't built up a resistance. Princess Bride reference? My, how cruel. All I did was teach Shannon a bit about tea, didn't I? Everyone followed the lead set by Hideyoshi's horse laugh and chuckled, though not easily. Only Natsuhi didn't join in, but for the time being, the conversation inside the parlor could now be mistaken for a lively and friendly chat. As Shannon finally finished setting the tea table and tried to leave, Kairi apologized to her in a low voice for not being able to help. Shannon gave a light bow and made a hasty retreat. Shannon cast her eyes downward as she pushed the cart down the corridor. Anyone seeing the pitiful way she looked might easily conclude that she'd been bullied in some way. Don't be sad. You didn't do anything wrong, Ne-san. Oh, you were watching. That is my role? What? Madam and Ava-sama can go to hell, but the worst coward is that guy. Cannon glared hatefully in the opposite direction of the parlor. The preparations for the tea had been delayed by some trifling problems in the kitchen. These problems were not Shannon's fault. In fact, it had been Goda's mistake. After all, there was no way a show-off like Goda would give up a flashy job like bringing in tea when the guests arrived. He ended up wasting time preparing the tea once again. So when he realized he wouldn't be able to score any points for this job, he pushed the task of setting the table on Shannon, who happened to be passing by. That's messed up. You might call it a clever move on his part, but there could no doubt be that it was a cowardly one. Christian Bale from American Psycho. .jpg. It's okay, Cannon-kun. Thanks. I'm not bothered by it at all. Right. I dropped something again. Cannon's silence vividly expressed the distance between Shannon's words and how she actually felt. Oh, their names are Shannon and Cannon. I wonder if that's relevant. Thank you. Even if you're the only one who understands, I feel a bit better. You keep your feelings too bottled up, Ne-san. You should be less hard on yourself, for once. Yeah. Thanks. Suddenly, they both felt someone's presence and whirled around. Oh, shoot. Guy looks broken. Jeez Louise. A final servant. A middle-aged... A middle-aged man stood there. He was Genji, the head servant. Oh, Genji, okay. What are you doing there? Shannon, hurry back to the kitchen. Yeah. If you'll excuse me. Oh, gosh. Shannon humbly obeyed and promptly made to push the cart and leave. However, Cannon appealed to Genji in silence, bearing something in his eyes that he could not express in words. Did something happen? Shannon didn't do anything wrong. But even so, they... Stop it, Kanon-kun. Please excuse me. I'll return to my work immediately. Kanon-kun, you should go back to your post too. Please. Alright, if you say so. If that is all, then go. If you'll excuse me. From the shadows in the hallway, an old woman wearing an apron watched over them. It was Kumasawa. Oh, she creeping. Poor Shannon. There's no reason for those two to be picked on. Still, Goda-san's dislike for them is an undeniable fact. Until Goda-san was taken in by the Yoshirimiya head family, I hear he worked at a fabulous hotel somewhere. Mr. Mosby? The manner of work he learned there was quite impressive, I believe. It's just that Goda is the newest servant here. He must have a lot of pride accumulated from his previous positions. Because Shannon and Kanon are his seniors here at the mansion, and yet they are inexperienced and have gone through much less in life than he has, he picks on them every chance he gets. And also, sad as it may be, they are disliked by Madame Natsuhi too. Of course, if we're talking about experience, the Madam has been in this family much longer. And yet, this is one point where I cannot help but sympathize with the Madam as well. Truly, the Master is a man with many sins on his conscience. Why didn't he realize that such a trifling whim of his would give the Madam such an inferiority complex? Ah, okay. So, she like, wants to try to run the house to make up for the fact that, like, she's, you know, always under the thumb of the Master. I'm rearranging my window. Of course, on the inside, even the Madam is fully aware that those two didn't deserve to be treated so harshly. However, the heart has reasons that reason knows not. I feel so sorry for them. I can't do anything but watch over them from the shadows. Oh, we got an ad break. I'm gonna use this opportunity. Oh, wait. Important. I guess that's just a scene transition. Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom and grab some water while the ad break goes. Alright, let's go. The four of us cousins were enjoying our stories, just shooting the breeze. Anyway, there were both girls and guys here. Any important info you missed? No, just that Shannon is another one of the servants. Oh, and it looks like George had like a crush on her, or still does, because he asked the older servant Kumasawa a question about we don't know what, but they all thought it was about her. Plus, we had people over a wide spread of ages: adult, high school, and elementary school. Even if we just talked about our own lives, the other three kept listening attentively. I think I'm finally getting used to all this. Jessica and Maria have grown more than I could have imagined in the past 6 years. To be honest, I was feeling a bit uncomfortable, but talking like this, I guess, on the inside, nothing's really changed since back then. I agree. You haven't changed a bit, even after 6 years. Even though your body's gotten gigantic, you're still a kid inside. I'm a kid too. Well, yeah, obviously. Well, even you aren't going to be a kid forever, right, Maria? I mean, are you though? I mean, you're going to transform from a kid into a cute young lady, aren't ya? And when that happens, that... Oh my god, you gotta stop talking about boobs, bro. That flat as a board chest will reach Jessica's level, huh? When that happens... Your cousin, Battler. You gotta let me touch him, okay? It's a promise. Dude, she's like 9. Bro. Like, chill. Battler needs to chill. Yeah, thank you, George. No, Maria-chan. You can't make that kind of promise. That's a bad promise. Oh. I promised. Nopers. Always keep her promises. Maria, you really are in earnest. Good girl. This is weird as fuck, dude. The guy you marry is gonna be really lucky. Stop trying to change the subject. Stop trying to change the subject by making it sound pretty. Yeah, Jessica is definitely in the right here. Maria, that promise is never happening. Never. Oh. The promise is canceled? Oh. As I thought, without Battler-kun in our little quartet, this group of cousins just didn't feel complete. Nico, turn 3 win versus via double Icebound Slam in one turn? Jeez. No, wait, you can't do it in one turn. Ignore me. I guess it was just 2 turns in a row. Yeah, okay. Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of damage. The song is very vibes. I've really been enjoying the soundtrack to this. These 6 years have been kind of lonely. That's true. We didn't really goof off like this. Still, we did have some pretty constructive conversations, right? Stuff about preparing for our future, exam taking, finding jobs. Oh, I'm so sorry. Now that I'm here, we just talk about stupid stuff and mess around. Yeah, and that's largely your fault, Battler. But I'm having more fun this year. Ooh. That's true. I agree. This year's the most fun yet. Maria's sincere words probably spoke for everyone present. George stroked Maria's head, and she giggled like a happy kitten. Wait, Popcat, is next round starting in 40 minutes? Holy moly. That was a fast... That was a... Yeah, it is. That was a fast match. That was crazy. Pardon me, your meal is ready. Ooh, fooge. A timid knocking sound and the equally timid voice of a young woman came through the door. They speedran that shit. Yeah, like, that round was fast. I mean, there was a turn 3 win, so I guess that is pretty fast. Jessica answered brightly. Shannon! Come in. You remember Battler, right? Jessica stood up from the bed and opened the door. There stood a servant girl who must have been about our age. It's been quite some time since we last met, Battler-sama. It's nice to see you after 6 years. It's me, Shannon. Trembling a little as she noticed me, she bowed deeply. Ah. Jessica had me surprised, but look at you, Shannon. You've turned into a total beauty too, haven't you? Nico monster moded in game 2. She was about as crazy as she gets. Can't even really call it Nico because it was still water spirit Keck. Yeah. You're too kind. Still, the food on this island must be really nutritional, huh? Brother, you gotta stop. You gotta stop with the boobs, dude. What are you eating and how are you getting your boobs that big? Guess I'll have to feel them a bit. And so now, I mean, it's creepy when it's with family, obviously. It's actually like harassment when it's with servants. This dude's gotta stop. Guess I'll have to feel him a bit and see whether yours or Jessica's are bigger. Okay. I guess this is supposed to be funny. This is just Japanese humor, right? Like, with both hands poised and saliva dribbling from my mouth, I closed in. For the sake of justice and my personal honor, I'd like to point out that I don't suffer from some strange disease that makes my lymph nodes itch until I scratch my neck open, and which can only be prevented by... For the sake of justice and my personal honor, I'd like to point out that I don't suffer from some strange disease that makes my lymph nodes itch until I scratch my neck open, and which can only be prevented by fondling breasts. Higurashi is this a Higurashi reference? This is just a battler-style method of communication. Ah, okay. I slowly close in on her like this. This person works for your family, dude. This person does not want to be here. Odds are 8 or 9 out of 10 that I get slapped or clobbered, right? Not the booze part, but the strange disease. Right. I figured as much. So I can use this Battler-sama's original technique to spark a gag like that and break the ice. Well, it also means I really do get to touch them on that 1 in 10 chance, though, right? Yeah, this dude needs to be stopped. Like that ever happened. I need to touch mad titties right now, bro. I will die, bro. I will scratch my neck open if I can't touch your boobs right now. Yeah, that's a little more defined. At that point, my hands were less than a centimeter away from her boobs, but the counter-strike had yet to come. She blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment when she realized what was going on, but she just stood there with both hands politely joined in front of her, not even trying to resist or cover her breasts. You gotta stop, bro. Oh, I didn't think I'd get this far. I wasn't planning on this. Please, hit me right now, or I'm seriously gonna... Jessica probably AO'd him. Using a roundhouse kick, hitting the right temple, Jessica caused a concussive blow in Battler as he fell to the wood veneer floors. She covered him in a galvanized steel cage to prevent him from reaching for more breast. Which is why I was glad that Jessica chose the time to drive her elbow into the back of my head. Ow. Oh, thank you so much, Jessica. Thank you? Why are you thanking me? Seriously, my bad, Shannon. I almost got overwhelmed by your hypnotic chest. You possess the power, Battler, to stop yourself. More importantly, anyone who gets that close has got to be a molester. You are talking about you. You've got to fight back when people do that. But you are an important guest. Yeah, do you not understand the power dynamic here, Battler? Like, she works for your family. I know, like, no, I can't even say I know you're young, because you're like 18, bro. Now look here, a pervert's a pervert, whether he's a guest or not. Sounds like an Avenue Q song. A girl's chest has gotten an air defense identification range of about 10 centimeters or so. Once someone trespasses within 2 centimeters, that's already an invasion of airspace. So you'd better scramble the jets immediately and give them an instant slap? Are horrible metaphors. This is like fighting game here who tries to shoehorn every real life interaction to be a fighting game term. That's one of my favorite guys. I got totally mixed at Chipotle, bro. I was gonna get chicken, but then, you know, I option selected into half chicken, half steak. I was +5. It was great. I couldn't do such a thing because we are furniture. Of course, she didn't want her breasts touched, but if a guest so desired, she was prepared to sacrifice herself to suit her wants. We know someone that did that for a while, lol. I know quite a few people, and I'm also one of those people. Dude, the elevator's anti-airs are on point. This sucks. And then, like, I guess in some ways, like, I definitely catch myself doing it at like FG events, but I feel like that's a little different. Shannon. I'm picturing like a Joe Kappa style, like huge, wide, muscular guy, like saying that in that like really quiet kind of voice. Shannon, you gotta anti-air DP the creeps when they try to IAD at your chest. You gotta 6P that, bro. That's it's simple as that. You just gotta 6P it. A girl like this needs some urgent protection. To think such devoted girls still exist in this era, that is not the word. I would not use the word devoted here. I only use the word devoted to describe druids. It's enough to make a man dizzy, but no. No! I'm coming at you with a perverted face. I'm coming at you with a perverted face again. Knock me down. So confused. Look out, pervert. The word pervert is kind of funny though. Like, just the word. It's a funny word to say. This gag can't end until you deliver the punchline, so slap me. Please. Hit me. I want you to hit me. I cannot fulfill your request because I'm furniture. The friggin' side table in Beauty and the Beast when Belle asks, "Where's the library?" But if you were an order, if it were an order, I would obey you. Hit me, Batmaid. Come on. Because that is my duty. Aha. Then I'll make it an order. The next time Battler-kun tries to touch your breasts, counterattack with a slap. In before she's like giga overpowered. Yes. As you wish. From now on, that's what I'll do. Please understand, Battler. Shannon announced this while bowing elegantly to me. Her expression was radiant. I gave her a thumbs up to show I was fine with that. She definitely has a counter in the game. Oh, that would actually be awesome. Okay. 6 years ago, you might have been mistaken for a servant's daughter who lent a hand at your parents' work. But now you're a full-fledged adult servant. How long have you been working here? Well, I've had the pleasure of serving this household for about 10 years. In before male characters can't throw her in the game because it's a reference. They all anime balancing. Jeez. That's kanji for her name, to be read as Shannon. She's everything you want. She's everything you need. Now here's another name that's far from typical for a Japanese person. Back in the day, I was a kid myself, so I accepted her name without paying much attention. Thinking about it now though, her name's pretty unusual, even though she's not a member of the Ushiramiya family. Maybe it's like a servant's professional name or something. If so, that might explain why her name's so similar to Kennen, that kid I met earlier in the Rose Garden. She's a long-term servant who served here since she was 6. Her appearance has changed so much that I couldn't match her to the person of my memories, but we both knew each other 6 years ago. That shy part of her had always been there, but she did seem to develop the allure that you would expect of a girl her age. Allure? Draw 2, banish a dark? Especially in her breasts. Yes. That kid we met earlier, Kennen, is her little brother. Oh, they are brother and sister, okay. He's not, oh, never mind. He's not exactly my little brother. Still, he loves me like a big sister. He didn't cause you any trouble, did he? He's the same as always. If only... Jessica looks like she's, actually, she's got that facial expression like I get when I look to the side and my camera doesn't pick up my right eye or my left eye. And, like, one eye gets closed and one eye gets open when I kind of, like, look like this. And it's like, she's got that look going on. As if they were just a little more sociable. I apologize if he's caused you any trouble.
別に迷惑
Nah, he didn't cause any trouble at all. As a fellow man, I understand how moody you can get at that age.
愛想が悪いのは当た
It's
り
no
前だぜ
surprise he's unsociable. Wow, rude. Oh, I get called that all the time too. I bet you do. All you do is repeat people. I get called unsociable. Just like Canon. Woo. Oh? Wanted to be like him? Wow, Rysair? Ooh. Insulting the kid? I did, and I will continue to do so. Nobody gets a pass from me in VNs. You said the meal was ready, right? Ah, yes. I'm sorry. Your meal has been fully prepared, so please allow me to guide you all to the mansion. Shannon bowed again formally and returned to her duty mode. We realized that if we made her stick around for any more light conversation, it would actually make it harder for her to do her job. We got up off our butts to avoid interfering with her work any further. So, shall we go to the mansion? Everyone's probably hungry, right? Yeah. I'm looking forward to Goda-san's food. That guy was apparently a chef at this famous hotel, so he's super good at cooking. Oh, I can't wait. Let's go, Maria. We're gonna stuff ourselves like pigs. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Get a little treat on the way over to the mansion, and then stuff your face with like delicious greasy food. I can't hear the word chef anymore without thinking of mocha. I don't know if I know the story to that. Stuff ourselves like pigs. No. You can't take everything Battler-kun says seriously, okay? Because he's always just joking around. Okay, let's go. He just constantly calls himself a chef. He is a chef, though. He's always cooking. He's a chef. What? Do you want him to lie, Mango? Like, have you seen him play Akatsuki? Under Shannon Chan's guidance, we headed towards the mansion. Jump scare. Nope. Met once again by the magnificent rose garden, we continued onward as the intimidating mansion of the Ushiromiyo head family came into view. When is something gonna happen? It had apparently been built shortly after the war, so you could feel the dignity of almost a half a century hanging about it. I need someone to like die or something. I need something to happen. The building was gorgeous on the surface, but old as it was, equipment such as its AC and heating were apparently quite frail. According to Jessica, midwinter was especially tough, what with all the drafts. Have these people ever heard of a kotatsu? Love a kotatsu, must say. Whenever I hear kotatsu, I just think of Somnium Files. When Mizuki went over to the one kid's house, she would always just feel the kotatsu and like talk from there. As we entered the entrance hall, an aged servant greeted us. Now him, I remembered. Genji-san, written like that, who had been working here longer than anyone, filled the role of head servant. Battler, it has been quite some time since last we met. As our eyes met, he greeted me with a calm, composed voice. His bow wasn't as graceful and refined as Goda's, but despite its simplicity, it communicated his feelings very well. Genji? How come my Genji is always just jumping off the roof and dying, and their Genji's killing half my team? Thank you. I have been quite well. And Battler, you've become quite the splendid young man. You're beginning to resemble the master in his youth. I look like Grandpa? Guess that means Grandpa was pretty popular with the ladies when he was young, huh? From here on, I shall take Shannon's place and accompany you. Please, come this way. I bet he's broken in the fighting game. Shannon Chan bowed deeply and watched us leave. He looks like he would have like a 236 like A that's like an advancing forward punch where like his hand's like at his hip and he like advances forward and punches and it's like +3 on block. Just a hunch with a character like that. We got an ad break, so I'm gonna wait for that to end. Maybe yap a little bit while that happens. What you get on this channel, all yap. Talking about Grand Archive. Ascent Taipei. I hate to say it, I think Tristan might win Ascent Taipei. Map a hunch, but it's minimum +5 for no reason. Yeah, I think that's... I mean, it's definitely plus. I want Tristan's songs to rise, but ultimately I want to see the Nico win. Yeah, I think a Tristan takes number one, unless the Xander deck is like really good into Tristan. That said, I do think Luxum's like back on the table. I do think Luxum's back on the table if Tristan gets good. If Tristan pushes out Sylvie. I hate triangle metas. It's so hard. Okay, let's get back to it. Thank you for putting up with the ads, by the way. The ads allow that people who just join won't see ads. So it's very helpful that we do about a minute of ads every like 20, 30 minutes. After that, we headed towards the dining room under Genji-san's guidance. Genji-san, just like Kumasawa-san, stood in stark contrast to us young people who had grown beyond recognition over the last 6 years. His appearance was exactly the same as in my memories from 6 years ago. His appearance was, it was as though time had stopped since the last time we met. Genji-san was an extremely quiet and diligent person. He was basically grandfather's close aide or caregiver, and you might even call him grandfather's companion of many years. Companion. my brain rot is too bad. In fact, it seems like he was by grandfather's side even more often than my late grandmother was. Oh, no, that is what they're getting at. Okay. According to Jessica, grandfather trusted him more than any of his blood relatives. They were definitely boinking. But I wondered how long he'd served. I never got the details, but I heard something about him being here since the very beginning, when this mansion was first constructed. No, I am also looking at Genji with the I know what you are look. Yeah, like, it is, though, right? Like, that's definitely what they're getting at. Which would mean that he's dedicated half of his life to serving here. It's easy to see why he's so trusted. Alfred ass. As we passed through a massive hall that extended up into the second story of the mansion with no separating floor, I spotted something that hadn't existed in my memory of 6 years ago. A demonic idol. Oh, is it the portrait? Yeah. There she is. This character gotta be broken. This character is probably Ivan Ooze in the fighting game, right? Like, isn't she like one of the central figures of the game? Like, she's gotta be busted. It was an awfully big portrait hanging right in front of the stairs that rose to the second floor. Without thinking, I stopped walking, captivated by it. Dedicated to serving. Hime, though? Actually, though, since I'd stopped so fast, Maria, who was following behind me, ran into my back. Ooh. Oh, sorry. Hey, Jessica. Has that picture always been there? I pointed at the big, prominently displayed portrait in the hall. Everyone else stopped, too. Oh, right. When you last came here, that hadn't been hung yet, had it? When was it again? Well, if my memory doesn't fail me, it was put on display sometime around the year before last. You are correct, sir. In April of the year before last, the master put it on display there, having previously ordered a painter to create it. Oh, grandfather did that? So he paid to have it painted just for him, huh? The portrait suited this Western mansion, and that woman in the elegant dress gave off a sense of refinement. I couldn't have guessed her age, but her sharp eyes and the strong will she seemed to possess made her look youthful. She seemed somewhat different from the composed middle-aged woman you often see in famous pictures. If she'd had normal black hair, I might have assumed it was a portrait of my long-deceased grandmother in her prime. However, she had beautiful blonde hair and didn't look Japanese at all. So, just who is this lady? Maria answered that simple question enthusiastically, as though proud that she knew the answer. Oh, I know. Beatrice. It's Beatrice. Bayonetta?
Beatrice.
Beatrice. She's a witch. Didn't you ever hear stories about her? The Mamma Mia fighting game reference? Didn't you ever hear stories about her long ago? A witch? You mean the witch of the something? I think I already said this, but Rokkenjima is a small island, only 10 kilometers in circumference. However, that's actually pretty massive considering that only the Ushiromiya family lives here. So only the harbor and the area around the mansion were set up to be lived in. You can scroll up, by the way. Oh. The witch of this island. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mango. So only the harbor and the bay area around the mansion were set up to be lived in. Beyond that, the island remained as untouched as when it was uninhabited. The vast and empty forests had absolutely no lights, phones, or people passing through. Look at that. No phones, just everyone enjoying the moment. I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. To understand how dangerous that is, you need to forget your common sense as a city dweller. After all, if you happen to fall down a hole in the depths of the forest and sprain your ankle, no one would come to save you, no matter how much you cried or screamed. You know the old saying, if a plane crashes in the woods, does it make a sound? Pure vibes. Then, once the sun went down, the forest would be wrapped in complete darkness since there were no streetlights. And since there were no signs, it'd be easy to get lost and confused, losing your sense of direction inside that dark forest. Nowadays, most people see a forest as a peaceful place. But to the people of bygone eras, before the light of civilization drove out the night, forests were as geographically separated from civilizations as the sea. They were oceans above the ground. It's kind of profound. Fishermen who go out into the ocean are putting their lives at risk, despite their technical knowledge. In the same way, hunters who go to the forest are in danger, despite having specialized knowledge of their own. If children were to go play in such dangerous forest, something terrible might happen. Harry Potter reference? Someone's parents must have thought so. Maybe grandmother first said it, or maybe it was grandfather himself. Or perhaps the story's been passed down on this island since ancient time. There's a terrible witch in the forest, so you must not go in. At some point, the ghost story of Rokkenjima was born, the legend of the Rokkenjima witch. That's why, when we talk about a witch on this island, we're referring to the master of that vast and savage forest. Come to think of it, when I stayed at this mansion as a little kid during those eerie nights when the wind and rain poured on the windows, I remember being terrified by a story of the forest witch, who roamed around searching for human sacrifice. So, Beatrice, huh? When Aniki mentioned it, I searched my memory and was sure I recalled hearing a name like that when I was little. I see. Still, I totally forgot that the witch in that legend had an elegant name like Beatrice. So, did grandfather go out of his way to have a portrait made? Just because we grandchildren didn't believe his story? No, he called out to her in the prologue as well. She's real. She's the witch from grandfather's delusions. Ever since he had this picture hanged, he's been having a harder and harder time telling the difference between truth and fantasy. To us, she's just a witch that exists in grandfather's mind, but to him, she's a being that exists on this island. Exists. Hey, Yuriark, how's it going? I'm gonna be wired next week? Me when the plug comes through? Oh, I'm glad to hear it though. I know you were on that Wi-Fi adapter for quite a while. Yeah, so you get to play online again. Hell yeah. Being incapable of understanding otherwise.
気持ち悪いったらありゃしないぜ。
This whole thing's creepy as hell. Perfect timing, too, since I hit 10K. 10K what?
お嬢様
Milady.
親方様
Redditor
にとっては
spotted.
大切
This
な
portrait is
肖像
precious to the
です
master.
親方様の
I beg of
前に
you, do not say
そのよ
such
うにおっ
things
しゃ
in
れる
front of
ことが
him.
ございませんよ
Damn, this dude's in love with the master, and he is getting shut out by a picture.
分かってるぜ。
I
頼まれ
know.
ても言わねえよ。
Even 10K ping, Keck. I'd never do something like that. Jessica glared at the portrait with an irritated gaze before turning away.
行こうよ。
Let's go.
食堂に
We're
みん
making
なを
everyone
待たせ
wait
て
in the
みろ。
dining room. Oh, he's pissed. Wait, why is he so pissed? That person be on Mars? Yeah, wired net cannot help you up on Mars. Matt Damon in The Martian playing Uni from the space station, trying to relay to Earth. Only a small portion of this island was controlled by the Ushiramiya family. Hey, you, I don't like your girlfriend. Oh, Genji in the mirror to himself doing little, like, dances. All of the lawless remainder was the domain of the witch, Beatrice. You might even call her the true ruler of Rokkenjima. She's definitely real. I felt a faint revival of that unsettling sense of misfortune, which I'd felt when I'd learned of the tutelary god shrine being struck by lightning. And I remembered that Kumasawa-san tried to tell an ominous story about Rokkenjima before Jessica stopped her. I don't know what she was planning to tell us about the island, but I do know of one thing. It isn't the Ushiramiya family that rules Rokkenjima. It's the witch, Beatrice. That's right. After all, this is the witch's island. Why is he so convinced of it? Just because the pictures... That's kind of weird. I'm convinced of it because I know I'm reading a VN. But why is he convinced of it? Battler, you're slow. When I looked around, everyone was already heading towards the dining room. I hurriedly chased after them. He's like, so whatever. We walked up to the huge double doors that led to the dining room. Genji-san, nah. I have brought the children. Please pardon the intrusion. The doors were open and we were invited inside. Man, I hate when the adults are in the scene. They're so annoying. The dining room, which looked exactly what you'd imagine a rich person's dining room to look like, had a super long table that was obviously positioned with no purpose other than to make the guests conscious of their rank. Our parents were already sitting in accordance with that ordering. You're late, brats. Hurry up and take a seat. The old bastard pressed us to sit. The only gaps in that group of people were the spots that were where we were supposed to sit, which only made us feel our tardiness even. The seat at the head of the table, called the incipience chair, was for the most highly ranked, reserved for grandfather. It was still empty. He probably wanted to show up last for dramatic effect. He's probably dead, dude. From the perspective of someone facing the incipience chair head-on, the seating order went from left to right, with the lower-ranking seats progressing in rows of 2 further away from it. So, the left-hand side of the first row, closest to the incipience chair, where Uncle Kraus would have sat, since he was the second highest in rank. It looked like he hadn't arrived yet either, so that seat was empty. Across from that chair on the right side of the first row sat the eldest daughter of the family, Aunt Ava, who was the third highest in rank. The left-hand side of the second row was 4th highest. There sat my damn dad, Rudolph, the third of the siblings. And across from him, on the right side of the second row, was Aunt Rosa, the youngest sibling. At this point, you might expect the husbands and wives to come next. But nope, the left-hand seat in the third row, ranked number 6, belonged to Jessica. Opposite her was George. I sat next to Jessica, and Maria sat across from me. This is really awkward seating. Then finally, next to me on the left-hand side of the 5th row sat Aunt Natsuhi, the 10th highest in rank. Okay, so she married into the family. Kraus is the biological son of the grandfather who married her. Then Hideyoshi, who's married to Ava, because they go in pairs, right? And then it's going to be Kairi, who's married to Rudolph. And then opposite that would be the husband of Rosa, whom we've not met yet. Even though silverware was set there, it was empty. According to this ranking system, that spot was where Aunt Rosa's husband should be sitting. Even though he wasn't supposed to be coming, his place was made up. Normally, ranking systems of this sort give spouses equal positions as their partners, but the Ushiromiya family system was unique. Maybe it's a remnant of male chauvinism. If you start with the assumption that a woman's womb is just something to be borrowed, then the children of direct descent would come first, directly followed by the grandchildren. In other words, spouses have no blood ties and are therefore placed at the end of the line. Yeah, I think this is actually, I mean, it's kind of in your face, right? But there's definitely something about bloodline here that's super duper important to either what will be the story or just to the status of the family. Again, I know I'm reading a VN, so there's definitely something to do with, like, they actually have Ushiromiya blood in them as opposed to just being married into the family. It's terrible, but by this system, grandmother would have been ranked even lower than me, even if she were still alive. In their youth, they obey their father. After they get married, their husband, and after aging, their children. There's only one saying: women have no home in any realm. But I don't quite... But Ava's third at the table, right? So, like, it's not just... It's women who are married into the family, not just women, and that kind of applies to the men as well, so maybe I'm missing something. Long ago, when I was still incapable of figuring this out, I thought it was so great that we could all chat in our little groups, adult siblings with adult siblings and cousins with cousins. However, now that I can re-examine the seating order after growing up a bit, it stirs up some very complicated feelings in me. Aunt Natsuhi, who was married to the eldest son and was the de facto number 2 in managing this family, sat to my right, which meant she was 2 steps lower than me in the ranking order. It was hard to imagine what might be going on inside her heart. That's why I made a small, apologetic gesture towards her before sitting down. How nice to see you, Battler-kun. You've grown quite tall, haven't you? Yeah. 6 long years of eating, well, sampling various cuisines and deriving sustenance from Mother Earth's bountiful gifts. Hard work, but I pulled through. Didn't he say he did performance-enhancing drugs in one of the dialogues? Growing just like a boy, I see. How tall are you now? I don't know, about 180 centimeters. But on Natsuhi, that's where you're supposed to say, sounds like all you did was eat. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot, this family only shits on each other, and that's how you communicate. After a short pause, she did laugh with me, but it seemed like she couldn't quite figure out what she was supposed to be laughing at. This woman is Aunt Natsuhi. Alright, once we've been introduced to everybody, I would really like to examine how their names are written. It's just this really itching feeling in me that, like, it's important somehow. She's the wife of the eldest son of the family, meaning she's my father's oldest brother's wife. Is it simpler if I just say Jessica's mother? Yes. It feels bad to say it like this, but while I don't exactly dislike her, I don't particularly like her either. She hardly ever spoke with us kids, and all my memories of her involve her talking to the adults about complicated things, with a scary look on her face. In fact, since we hardly ever exchanged words, I spent a long time trying to figure out how I should approach her, though my efforts seem to have ended in failure. The silverware sat neatly on the table, but the meal itself hadn't been brought out yet. As a general rule, you couldn't start a meal until the person sitting at the head of the table arrived. So as long as Grandpa didn't come, lunch would be put on hold indefinitely. The worms are back. Not even the appetizers would arrive. Simply put, the silence in this room was caused by our parents enduring their hunger while they waited for Grandfather to arrive. Has anyone checked on Grandpa? However, the grandfather from my memories would always show up on time for meals like this. He was the kind of person who would never be so late that they kept everyone waiting, especially after the entire group had arrived. Grandpa's pretty late. As far as I can remember, he was always strict about time. Well, that might have been true 6 years ago, but it hasn't been that way lately. In fact, he's off on his own little world so often that he doesn't even show up to family meals. So I figure he'll at least come down. Still, I figure he'd at least have come down today. Then again, I feel a lot more relaxed and happy without him. Jessica! When her mother scolded her, Jessica stuck her tongue out and looked away. No way around it. Might as well wait until our hosts arrived. When glancing at the clock, I saw that it was almost 12:20. There he is, Ushirimiya Kinzo, the aged family head of the Ushirimiya head family. This man could be seen in his study. The clock had already passed noon, but it didn't even attempt to rise from his seat. Here's a question. Who's narrating? Because Battler narrates when Battler is present. Who is narrating in scenes like this, or in scenes like when all the adults were just talking? Or is this maybe Battler recounting events? Because, like, it's a strange choice. It's a strange choice to make Battler a, like, diegetic narrator, where he's just telling the story from his perspective when he's around. Who is telling the story here? And yeah, again, no spoilers, obviously. And I'm sure that will come up in the plot somehow. Yeah, I'm wondering. The clock had already passed noon, but he didn't even attempt to rise from his seat. With his spectacles on, he built up a growing pile of books with elaborate bindings, which he then read intently. You couldn't really say that he was having too much fun to stop. Rather, he filled the room with a sense of impatience, or perhaps a sense of impending danger, as though every second wasted was a tragedy. In this sealed room, a dense dust danced through the air, which was thick with the stench of chemicals that exuded a mix of suspicious odors. They said he, like, cooks up here or something. Not cooks, literally, but, like, he does something up here that reeks. These odors were somehow sweet and heavy. If anyone with a normal nose came in here, the first thing they would do would be to open a window and ventilate this room. Oh, he's just keeping the funk in. He's gooning and keeping the funk in, y'all. He just wants to get freaky with it. Get Beatrice back. The knocking against the study door had been going on for a while. A voice calling father sometimes mingled with the knocks. As Kinzo heaved a deep sigh, he snapped shut the old book in his hands and slammed it on the table. He then yelled at Kraus. Okay, Kraus is here. Who was still knocking on the door. And we have an ad break, so I'm going to wait for the ad break. I don't have time for family dinner. I'm gooning. Exactly. Grandpa gooning. She's like, so whatever. The goon? So good. That's a movie. So I get a random Twitter DM pretty much every day from one of those, like, my pussy in bio bots. And this one DM'd me and it says, is there more wolves and less meat here? What did she mean by that? She has 2 followers. What does she mean by that? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna reply. Is that an Umineko reference? Could it be? Maybe. Pussy in bio when they cry. As Kinzo heaved a deep sigh, he snapped shut the old book in his hand and slammed it on the table. Then he yelled at Kraus, who was still knocking on the door. Come on, boy. I was just getting into it. Enough with that racket, you fool. Who told you the door would be open if you but knocked? I'll crucify the imbecile. Do you wish to suffer the same fate? Oh, we got another Grand Archive matchup. Hold on, I just want to see what decks are being played. Father, this is the day of the family conference, which happens only once a year, is it not? Everyone's gathered down below. Please, come out. Kraus called out to his father through the door. Kinzo always shut himself up in a study, hating it when nearly anyone, even his family, entered the room. You're letting the funk out. For that reason, Kraus had no choice but to call to him from a corridor like this. That's a turn of phrase, all right. Molest me not. Just who is this everyone of which you speak? Do you mean the fools trying to drag me out of here? Then kill. Oh, he's gone crazy, huh? Tear them apart. Use their bodies for firewood and feed them into the witch's hearth. Put a pot in that hearth to boil the wormwood. Why is he me? Force the imbeciles who dare to try to lure me out of here to drink the broth of the apocalypse. He's on that, it's the Dracula flow guy. He's just spitting. Yeah, dude, Kinzo flow 3. I'm drinking the broth of the apocalypse. Send the ops to the witch's stew. I will soak in their dregs in liquor. Where's Genji? Where's my butler? There are Kinzo flow edits? That's so good. Get Genji in here. Get my ward. Call for my ward. Have my demonic... I'm sipping that demonic absinthe. I stirred the potion until it turned purple. I want to see the witch in my dreams. This room smells like sweat and shit. I've been at this for 4 hours and now my family wants me to have dinner. Don't they know I'm almost completed the ritual? The whispering of the green fairy reaches me no longer. Which one of these are lines I made up and which ones of these are am I reading? You will never know. Fire Merlin x Fire Rye. Alright, I sleep. We're back on that Dracula flow. I think Fire Rye is a pretty good meta call though, and I think it's always a good meta call because also I think it's always just a good deck. So yeah, there's that. Yeah, I see a Library Witch and an Increasing Danger, so I'm guessing this is Fire Merlin and Fire Rye. Weird choices of decks to pick. Also, a little encouraging just to talk about like a little bit of concern for the meta where we're kind of dooming. We're like, oh my god, it's all gonna be all Tristan and Sylvie and new stuff, and like there's a lot of old stuff on the screen still, and, you know, a lot of old stuff is still making its way through these rounds. That looks like a water card. Oh, no, that's an arcane card. Okay, that's right. Oh, there he is, Kraus. Damn. That's a glow up. Looks like he hates me to the core. Yeah, cry about it. My voice doesn't reach him anymore. Kraus shrugged as though saying it's no use, and hello, Geese Howard from Tekken. From the beginning, he hadn't really expected his father to respond to his calls. However, since it was the duty of the eldest son, he had tried it as a formality. Kinzo, your sons, daughters, and grandchildren have come to see you, have they not? Could you let them see your face, even if only for a short while? Oh, he's going for it. His voice sounds really familiar, too. That's not Wallstein's voice, right? Shut up, be silent. You dare to admonish me, Nanjo? I never told anyone to get you. I told them to get Genji. Now call for him. Where is my ward? Time is short, and the apostles are already readying their trumpets. So... Thought someone was calling me. So why can't you foolish sheep understand? Kinzo slammed an old heavy book against the table over and over. That racket clearly expressed his great displeasure. Dude, I can't. Kinzo put his spectacles down and flew up from his chair. He spread his arms wide open as if to sing to a packed opera house, as if appealing to someone, and yelled, "Why? Why is there always something in my way? I would throw it all away. I would offer up everything, and there's only one thing that I ask in repayment. Oh, Beatrice, if I could see your smile but one more time, I would plunder the smiles of the earth and offer them all up to you. Oh, commanders of the legions of locusts, reap the smiles of the earth." And then he coughs. Is he about to die? Everything is filthy. Everything is irksome. Why must I suffer this impediment of this most precious of days? Bro. Call for Genji. Just bring this man Genji. I have no idea what he's yelling about. He's probably lost his mind by now. This dude's just trying to inherit the fortune. Kraus? Isn't it a bit harsh to say such a thing of your own father? My father is already dead. This is Knives Out, not Japanese Knives Out. There's nothing here but a phantom of what father once was. At any rate, as long as he has no intention of coming out, there's nothing we can do. Happy Pride. Kinzo-san. Choking coughs continued to pour from the study. I'm going back downstairs. It would be a waste to let the fruits of Goda's prized cooking talent get all the colder. It's one of the few things our relatives can look forward to when they've come to this house. Kraus spun around. He looked at his watch, mumbling and acting as though he had wasted his time doing something he knew would be in vain. Genji, father's calling for you. Keep him company. Is Genji happy about this, or is he like, God damn it, not again? Dr. Nanjo, let's go eat. If we stay here any longer, the sweet stench will ruin our sense of taste. So is he just like up in there, like not bathing and stuff, and that's why it reeks in there? Must be. Without waiting for Nanjo, Kraus went downstairs. Genji urged Nanjo to go and eat. Nanjo glanced between the study door and Kraus's back, and the latter disappeared down the stairs, then let out a deep sigh. Sorry, Genji, but please allow me to leave this in your hands. Yes, leave it to me. Do what you can, and avoid giving him alcohol. That's a habit far too difficult to break. Oh, where's Genji? I believe they said the smell was all the crazy booze he keeps in there. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Dude, he is gone. Please, allow me to handle this situation here. Very well. Forgive me. Nanjo bowed slightly and descended the stairs. Genji watched him leave, then knocked on the study door. Master, it's Genji. Genji? Why have you kept me waiting? Oh my god. You're alone, I trust? Oh, now we're gonna get some shit. Hold on. I am alone. Kinzo returned to his seat in the study and pressed an old-fashioned switch on the table. After a small delay, the heavy sound of the door unlocking could be heard. Kinzo was convinced that his family wanted to make a mess of his study. Or perhaps someone had once opened the window for some air and ended up scattering things that, to him, were important research materials, leaving him in a terrible mood. Kinzo had outfitted his room with a formidable lock, preventing anyone from entering without his permission, and thereby sealing himself in a jail of his own making. Genji, whom he trusted the most, was relatively free to enter the room, but even that didn't always hold. If Kinzo was in a bad mood, even Genji would not be allowed to enter. Anyone else would be limited to holding a conversation through the door, unable to even see Kinzo's face. And most of the time, what they got could hardly be called a conversation. However, this didn't trouble the rest of the family much. After all, it just wasn't worth the effort to disturb this aged family head, who was impossible to please and always stayed shut away, immersed in his research. Taking advantage of his refusal to leave his room, they supported his isolation, putting his care entirely into the hands of the servants. Genji, my usual. I'm busy. Genji headed to the corner of the study. There, suspicious-looking bottles boasting venomous colors were on display. They were actually liquor, but considering the shady atmosphere of this room, one might easily suspect them of being some ghastly poison. Inside the study, the mysterious collection of books gathered by Kinzo had grown into a mountain. They were bizarre, ancient, or banned books, all of them either forbidden, cursed, or sealed. But if you tried to call them old books, Kinzo would fly into a rage and say, "Call them grimoire. A grimoire. An old book. There were also many mysterious objects that presumably held some meaning with regards to black magic, like candles suspiciously melted and molded into strange shapes. The constellations drawn on a certain celestial globe contained quite a few shapes that would draw puzzled looks from anyone familiar with today's night sky. The carelessly strewn about books contained many illustrations, all of them of a religious or mysterious nature, including some depicting demonically grotesque subjects or bizarre diagrams of various magical circles. And above all, a sweet, poisonous smell filled the room, profoundly assaulting the eyes and noses of those who entered for the first time. The grimoire? The Azure Grimoire? Oh, excuse me. Eventually, it must surely make a person go numb and lose their grip on reality. What is that smell? Inside that study, Genji prepared Kinzo's usual drink with a well-trained hand. No one would even think of drinking such an ominous dark green liquid in that complex and ornate glass, unless someone first told them it was alcohol. He poured a little into the glass. Then, he placed a cube of sugar in a strangely shaped spoon and poured water from a pitcher over it. Oh yeah, the demonic absinthe, baby. Strangely, when the transparent water was poured, the dark green liquid turned cloudy white. It was a strange optical illusion, as though the water had caused a chemical reaction and made the drink become even more unrecognizable as liquor. Then Genji added original flavors Kinzo loved, fine-tuning its taste. There was no recipe. Its success was measured only by Kinzo's mood swings when he drank it, and it had taken Genji many decades to learn how to do it right. Genji placed the glass on a tray and walked over to Kinzo. By this time, Kinzo was gazing out the window. Here you go, master. Thank you. Kinzo regained his composure and was now unrecognizable as the shouting, screaming, yelling man from a few moments ago. Looking at this man from behind as he tilted his glass and gazed down the scenery beyond the window, he projected a sense of dignity and intelligence. Okay, so he's faking. He's faking being nuts. 100%. For what reason, I don't know. But he is absolutely, totally sane, stone cold sane, and he is pretending to be crazy to everyone but Genji. To allow Kinzo to set his glass down at any... Probably so people leave him alone so he can do his research. To allow Kinzo to set his glass down at any time, Genji motionlessly waited behind Kinzo and to his left, as though he were a living sideboard. Wait. No, okay. No, never mind. Then without averting his eyes from the window, Kinzo held out his glass. There was only a mouthful remaining. It was not a gesture intended to set it upon a tray, but a motion to hand the glass over to Genji. Drink, my friend. Your words are too kind for me. No need for ceremony between us. Drink, my friend. Thank you. Genji's about to die. Genji respectfully received the glass and inclined it a little to taste its contents. After that, he gulped it down. I attempted to imitate your concoction, but no matter how I try, I cannot replicate the taste. The way you make it is pure relish. Thank you very much. It's the fruit of your guidance, master. Kinzo smiled at his loyal subject, who refused to put aside rank, even when asked to. However, he was not making fun of him. His smile was relaxed, as though chuckling at a close friend's old, unshakable habit. We have grown old together. I stopped counting the years long ago. It is entirely thanks to you, master, that I've been able to live like this until today. Kinzo gave a faint smile, as if to say he didn't need any flattery. Until now, you have served me exceedingly well. My sons call me eccentric. The servants that were once many have all quit in fear of you. Only you serve me, even now. Your words are more than I deserve. My life will not last much longer. My sons are vultures, lazily waiting for my inheritance to fall into their hands. Kraus is a fool who squanders money like water, who throws away 2 gold coins to obtain 1. Me? And then he has the gall to claim he's even earned money. Ava's a slave to money, who thinks of me as a mere chicken. When I die, she plans to use my bones to make a broth. That dunce Rudolph just wants to fool around with women. Rosa bore the baby of a man who came from nowhere, and about whom we know nothing. Jessica is incompetent and uneducated. George has none of what it takes to become a man. Battler is a fool who threw away the honor of his family. And Maria is obscene to the eye? He's just saying she's ugly? Everyone else has these, like, deep personal flaws, and Maria is ugly. Why is Yeah, get wrecked, kid. Why is Ushiromiya blood so incompetent? It's your blood, dude. Is there no one to inherit the glory I built? Of course, I know. This is part of Beatrice's curse. I know it. Ha, you golden witch. Are you trying to take revenge on me in this way? Yeah, this is really just Knives Out. It is, right? I knew, like, this. I knew this had to be based on something, right? Like, you don't get peak fiction without basing it on something. If you want to hate me, then do so. That was a joke, by the way. Please don't take that seriously. If you want to run away, then run. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Won't let you go. Won't let you go. You belong. Now he's singing Taylor Swift, dude. You must always be in my arms for all my life. You must stay in my bird cage for all eternity, whispering only. Oh, he's on that flow again. The worms are back, dude. Chris Evans actually voices Battler, believe it or not. Oh, sick. That's like, they got that reference in there. A little Easter egg. Taylor Swift also got her song from this? Oh, word. Okay, yeah. Oh, when they say, like, baby, we got bad blood, right? That's Taylor Swift. So they're talking about the Ushiromiya bloodline in Bad Blood. Because he's saying here, all the there, it's bad. Like, God, it all makes sense, you know? No wonder she's so successful. She based her entire career off of pure fiction or peak fiction. Now I'm about to get sued. Okay, so what's he spitting now? For all my life, you must stay in my birdcage for all eternity, whispering only to me. Beatrice. Oh shit! Wait, is she stuck in the portrait? Dude, is she like? Did he make the portrait to, like, keep her, like, not, like, in a cage, basically? Oh, wait. Why won't you smile back at me? Oh, ooh. I'm not doing this. It's too late at night to scream like that. After howling, Kinzo choked once again. Genji set the tray and glass down and rubbed his master's back. Genji's facial expression did not change. It was always like this. Thank you, my friend. When his seemingly deranged fit subsided, Kinzo regained his composure once again. It was like seeing 2 different people, a wild Kinzo and a composed Kinzo, living together inside one body. And so, I have decided. I cannot bear to spend my dimmed remaining years procrastinating like this. I have one final coin to bet. I choose to abandon it to the whims of the demon's roulette. That rhymes. The power of magic is always determined by the risk of the gamble. Like visiting a shrine at the hour of the ox in ancient Japanese sorcery, to nail a cursed doll to a tree. Magical power is produced specifically because of the risk that it will be seen within the 7 days the curse takes. Hold on, this is important. Okay, and we got an ad break. I think there's a lot of info here. So, while the ad break runs, no, you know what? I'll talk about my thoughts. I'll talk about my thoughts momentarily. But I have a lot of thoughts already, and anyone who's watched a Rysair VN stream knows, I like to continuously try to keep theorizing. And a lot of times I'm just spitting, and I don't have a lot of concrete proof for a lot of things. It's really just where my gut takes me. And so I'm going to talk about that after the ad break, which is 50 more seconds. Looks like Rai is just Spell Shield Arcane something pretty big. Oh yeah, that's the best part of reading Umineko is chatting. Okay, good. Good to know, because we'll be doing a lot of chatting. When I was doing 999, Somnium Files, Raging Loop, there was a lot of chatting. That's why the FGC loves this game. So true. I could see that. And when you call something right in this game, it's probably like the best feeling in the world. Okay. So the ad break is done, and I want to talk about some stuff. Okay. I am going to, and again, I don't know much about Umineko, right? I know a little bit. And I do know for sure that there's some kind of magic in this. I know there's gotta be. Right, like, I mean, even up to this point, if I didn't, like, tangentially kind of hear that, I don't know what system it follows. I don't know what, but like, okay, so, or is there? Actually, yeah, that might be the deep troll, right? Maybe there's magic, maybe there's not. Anyways, I think there is. I think she's actually a witch. Okay, this is where I'm starting. This will totally change, and I'm calling it just kind of out of the blue, but based on a lot of what Kinzo has said here. I think Beatrice is real, is a witch, isn't a delusion of Kinzo. I'm sure there's way more to it than that. I think he has, somehow or another, imprisoned her in that portrait. Beatrice exists. They did put that in quotes, right? So he imprisoned her in the portrait. And again, you don't have to correct or comment on this any more or less than you want to. He imprisoned her in the portrait, and or she cursed him or whatever. I think that is definitely something that has happened and will come up. And I know that's not very committal, but I think that's where I want to sit with that. The other thing I want to focus on that might be a little bit out of nowhere, the servants, they have a catchphrase, "We are furniture," and they act as such. I think this is Beauty and the Beast, dude. I think they're literally furniture and got turned into these forms from the witch at some point. I think they're literally chairs and tables and stuff and got turned into people. I think it's Beauty and the Beast in this mansion. Okay, that's all. Teacups? Question mark, question mark. Whoa, tea mentioned again? Magical power, specifically because the risk that will be seen within the 7 days the curse takes. Sorry. The greater the risk, the stronger the magic power will take. Okay, so a little bit about the magic system, perhaps. The power of magic is always determined by the risk of the gamble. So kind of like a lot of power systems, like Jujutsu Kaisen uses this, right? Where like the more, I guess, risk, for lack of a better word, is there, more weakness or holes are in the technique, the stronger the technique is. Magical power is produced specifically because of the risk that will be seen, that it will be seen within the 7 days the curse takes. Curses take 7 days. And in this case, he's talking about it being done with a cursed doll. FMA also has that, right? Yeah, like equivalent exchange concept. But in this case, it's more like the risk. And it sounds like it's saying if it was done with like, oh yeah, Nen and Hunter x Hunter too, huh? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of magic systems that take after this. And And he's saying that the cursed doll will be seen. So perhaps like with curses, things can be reversed if they find the cursed doll. And he's saying if you like go to a shrine and put it there on a tree, it's very likely it will be found. So that curse is going to be really strong. But if it gets found in that 7 days, maybe nothing happens. Many miracles that happen in myth might be called the crystallization of shocking magic power, with a low probability of occurrence and astronomical risk. That Moses parted the waters of the sea was not a miracle of God. The risk of that desperate situation, cornered by the soldiers on the Red Sea shore, weighed upon the scales of slaughter and gave birth to that miraculous magic power. If the same thing occurred again on the same scale, the sea would surely fail to part. However, people who truly do possess magic power can grasp a hold of that miracle and make that enigma come into being. And if that power exists within me, I'll seize that miracle. I'll have a chance of making the wish I devoted my life towards come true. Kinzo looked up at the sky outside the window. He spread his arms as if appealing to someone up in the skies. If only I were capable of grasping that miracle. Oh, Beatrice. Excuse me, Beatrice. Show me your lovely smile once more. He keeps saying that too. No matter how much time passes, your face does not vanish. I just want to see your smile. That is all. I'll return everything you granted me. I'll return all the glory I've gained since that day. I don't need fortune, prestige, or gold. I'll return everything you gave me. Oh, okay, so he made a deal with the witch to become rich. I just want to see your smile. I beg you, Beatrice. His nonsensical yells became a scream, and then a wail. Kinzo slumped to the floor, tearing at it with both hands. Genji had no choice but to wordlessly watch over his master's lamentations. Beatrice. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the family head's health is not at its best. He seemed extremely sad not to be able to share lunch with you all, now that you have gathered for this event that occurs but once a year. Goda, let the lunch begin. Certainly. I shall begin today's luncheon. Dr. Nanjo, is father's condition really that bad? Couldn't he have at least let us see his face? It's more a problem of mood than a physical condition. And for that, there is no medicine I can prescribe. Hey, are we talking about his mood again? You've got to be kidding me. We took time out of our schedules during this damn busy autumn season just to come and find out how he's doing. Now he's... You should be happy, Rudolph. You now know how he's doing. Or what? Would you rather take my place and try to persuade our ill-humored father to come join us? Are you kidding? Rudolph shrugged. Apparently, though Rudolph was willing to be indignant at how self-centered his father was, he wasn't particularly disappointed to be spared a face-to-face meeting. So true. Does it sound like his mood will improve before dinner? Kraus? I have no idea. If you want to know that, you should ask him. Although, I think his mood will improve faster if we don't bother him. Genji's the only one who can get grandfather out of a funk. It's pretty pathetic, though, making the servants deal with your own parents' bad mood. Jessica, don't speak out of turn. She'd planned for her complaint to be heard only by her cousins, but it had reached Kraus's ears. Scolded, Jessica scowled and turned away, sulking. If he's as cranky as they make him sound, he can't be that terribly sick, right? I mean, they're saying he's in a bad mood, not that he's got no energy, which at least proves he's got his wits about him. It's because grandfather has especially strong willpower. However, that doesn't necessarily mean his body will be able to keep up. Since last year, they kept saying that he has 3 months. If the initial diagnosis was correct, grandfather's been prolonging his life by willpower alone. It's right for us to worry about him. Lunch started with the family head's seat still empty. The man who should be sitting here had already grown old. And the brilliant glory which had rebuilt the Ushiromiya family in the span of a single lifetime was being forgotten. Even though they were beginning the meal with that seat still empty, no one felt it was that odd anymore. Whoa. Oh, is that... Okay, chapter end. Chapter end jump scares kind of get me. Now 1:30. Come on, give me some action. I need something here. The Yoshimiya Family Conference was held once every year in the first weekend of October. If a normal family were to hold a so-called family conference, you'd expect it to be nothing more than a reunion of rarely seen relatives who greet each other around buckets of sushi or something. Buckets of sushi? Oh my gosh, sign me up. However, part of the family's great fortune had been lent out to grandfather's children. Hello, Damien. How are you? And no one in this family was considered an adult until they had met with success in business. So this meeting literally was a conference. How much of the fortune was invested? What sort of business was conducted? How much profit was earned? As a result, how much of the fortune borrowed from the main family could be repaid? Or possibly, how much more would be borrowed for future business ventures? What lessons had they learned, and what could they learn from their mistakes? It seems like topics like these were discussed very seriously in the past. My dad said it was like lying on a bed of nails. Apparently, it used to be a very serious family meeting where people were bathed in scornful and angry voices, and some people even got slapped, despite their age. However, that had become a thing of the past. Now, with everyone pursuing their own business ventures and achieving success, it was becoming more of a normal yearly get-together. Even so, telling grandfather about recent events was extremely stressful. So, while it was nothing too more than a simple get-together for us grandchildren, it was still a real stomachache for our parents. The absence of the man who was the source of all this trouble, regardless of the reason, probably made today's lunch taste much more delicious. Too real. The phrase, "while the demon is not around, everyone can relax," comes to mind. Anyway, let's introduce Jessica's father, whose face I haven't seen for 6 years. The man sitting to my father's left is the older brother and Jessica's uncle. Kraus. This name surely is easy to read. Kraus. Now that we've gotten used to the string of weird names, our perspective is totally skewed. So Kraus doesn't actually seem that bad. He even starts to sound kind of cool. Just like with Aunt Natsuki, I didn't have many memories of speaking with Uncle Kraus. He had never been one to chat to children, and I felt like he was always talking with adults, just like Aunt Natsuki. According to my father's gossip, he was spiteful and violent. If what he said is true, Uncle Kraus used to be very domineering from his position as the oldest sibling and was despised by all of the other siblings. Though despite that, those siblings all seem to be chatting happily together. Oh well. Even if their relationship was bad when they were children, sometimes when people grow up and live apart from each other, their relationships change. That's probably what this was. After all, they all had children of about the same age. By sharing the same family environments, they probably profited by exchanging opinions. Maybe because of that, a short while ago, the circle of parents began to discuss the exams Jessica and I would be taking. Jessica, in order to escape questions about exams from my father on her left, purposefully faced right while firing off a rapid series of comments, not giving him any chance to get a word in. Oh, excuse me. Moving on, let's look at the end opposite from Kraus and the others. In the very last seat at the table, an old gentleman with a sturdy physique was facing Kairi-san. This was my first time meeting him. I had only just been introduced to him, but it seems that grandfather's personal doctor, a man called Nanjo. I heard he used to own a huge clinic on the nearby island of Nishima, but he turned it over to his son and began living a life of leisure in his old age. He had known grandfather since the very beginning when the mansion was first constructed on this island, and he had built up a relationship over several decades. I thought at first that the two of them might have gotten to know each other through grandfather's suspicious hobbies, but it seems he was actually grandfather's chess partner. I see. That kind of hobby seems very like our grandfather, with his love of all things Western. Nanjo probably the only person who could enter Rokujima despite being neither a family member nor a servant. He looked like a calm old gentleman as he listened to the discussion between Kairi and the other women who sat near him. Considering how long he stayed by the side of our short-tempered grandfather, his generous heart was probably nothing to laugh at. Still, even if he was a family doctor, having anyone outside the Ushiromiya family attend the family conference was a little odd. It made me think that grandfather's condition might have worsened so much it'd be a major topic of discussion at today's conference. After all, George said something like that just a second ago. Something about how we've been getting continuous reports since around last year that grandfather didn't have long to live. It's nasty to think about it, but considering how rich grandfather is, At the time of his death, his wealth will suddenly be released, probably along with a fair share of our parents' stomach acid, and it'll lead to ulcers for everyone. After all, this sort of thing just gets messier when there's more wealth to be divided. There's a good chance they'll be talking about stuff like that at the family conference. So, still, it's not like it's got anything to do with us kids. Finally, even though he hasn't shown up, let me introduce our grandfather. This person who should be sitting in that incipient's chair is Ushiromiya Kinzo. It really sucks. Everyone else in the family has these weird names, but he's got this perfectly normal one himself. If only his name were written Kinzo, but he let us call him Goldsmith or something. As you can probably guess by now, he's a frightening person with an extremely short temper. I'm one of his grandchildren, not a son, and I haven't seen him since elementary school. Thanks to that, I have no memory of being beaten myself, but our parents were apparently raised with an iron fist. The earlier conversation between my dad and Uncle Kraus about who should go convince grandfather to come down seems pretty darn funny once you know their background. You can really tell grandfather's story without covering the pivotal event back before the Showa era. Oh. Until the Meiji and Taisho eras, the Ushiromiya family was great and prosperous. They owned several spinning mills, making them rich enough to just double over laughing every day as the money kept rolling in. Incidentally, grandfather was a member of a branch family and had pretty much nothing to do with the main family. Not only was he way down the list of people who could inherit the headship, but he had hardly any contact with the glamorous main family. However, during the Great Kanto earthquake in the year Taisho 12, the mansion owned by the Ushiromiya family was flattened. Oh hell yeah, I just started this too? Whoa! Casual Compete, thank you for the resub. 4 months of support on the tournament staff. I appreciate you very much. Thank you, thank you. I heard it's like 100 plus hours. This thing is long. I'm looking forward to it. Okay, calling it now. Beatrice caused the earthquake. Calling it. The spinning mills in Tokyo were all burned down in a huge fire, and the Ushiromiya family lost most of its wealth and family members in an instant. Yeah, I think the witch did this. So, since they started trying to figure out what the successor of the Ushiromiya family should be, they apparently found no one remaining except Kinzo in his branch family. In Kinzo's later reminiscence, he referred to this as good fortune so great that it overturned fate. Dude, this guy's got bars for days. Talks about the demonic absinthe, and every other line he says rhymes. He's kind of nasty with it. So with that, grandfather's boring everyday life did a 180. He was entrusted with reviving the dying Ushiromiya family, which had lost nearly all of its wealth. However, just because he had been entrusted with the task didn't mean he could accomplish it. Apparently, those around him weren't really expecting much. However, this is when grandfather began displaying his extraordinary talent and good luck. Grandfather used all of the family's remaining wealth, as well as everything from the hair on his head to his toenails, as collateral in order to borrow a massive amount of money. He bought 10,000 shares of GameStop stock and let it ride. The one artist Kendrick won't diss. Once he built up a gigantic war chest, he immediately invested in businesses. It was like someone tumbling down on a hill on a bike without any brakes, and then jumping onto a neighboring bike, and then another one. Just like some crazy street performance. I'll bet everyone thought grandfather had no business ability whatsoever. However, after several miracles and turns of good luck, with coincidences piling up and every chance taken advantage of, he was suddenly in control of powerful connections with occupying forces. He's got ops! This is... I think my favorite part of this is the random ad-lib since I'm tabbed out. What's in the story and what's not. So here's one. Are they baiting us here? Is this supposed... Like, they literally just dropped all that witchcraft stuff, and now they're talking about his miraculous rise to power? Is this bait? At that time, MacArthur and the GHQ were the ultimate authority in Japan. Grandfather, in a twinkle of an eye, began succeeding in business under the protection of the occupying forces, quickly becoming very rich. There's an Umineko fighting game. There is an Umineko fighting game. I've played it. I don't remember much of it, though. At this point, it's probably safe to say that information, not luck, saved the day. He must have made some seriously deep connections with the occupying forces. Grandfather knew beforehand about emergency demands that would be made for the Korean War. No, it was more than that. He must have predicted those emergency demands from the very beginning. when he started investing his money. The history books made it sound like all of Japan made a large profit off of the emergency demands during the Korean War, but that isn't actually true. Only a very limited number of super rich played the money game and made an easy profit. Most of the citizens remained poor. In other words, grandfather was a member of this extremely lucky group of winners. I'm pretty sure all this happened during the year Showa 25, so... Showa! A Khan referenced. The Great Kanto earthquake happened in Taisho 13, so that means grandfather was able to revive the near-dead Ushiromiya family in only about 20 years to a level even higher than it had ever before been. Other than that, you'd think he'd revive the main family in Odawara. But for some reason, he went and did something as crazy as buying an entire small island in the Izu archipelago. Buying an entire island is not something that you can ordinarily do today. However, grandfather was clever. He contacted the GHQ and applied for the establishment of a marine resource base. He acquired this island as a business property, then tossed that project aside and claimed it as his own plot of land. After the war, there were prevention measures against food shortages, and having the sponsorship of the GHQ meant that nobody could oppose him. From what I've heard, the Tokyo metropolis of that day offered this land to him practically for free. Later, Tokyo made difficulties by telling Kinzo to return the land, but the pushy GHQ intervened. Anyways, it seems under-the-table bribes did their work well. In the end, the city gave up in frustration. Grandfather, with considerable skill and good luck, managed to weather the stormy seas of that period, and obtaining a vast fortune on his own island. Is this Rai triple fireballing for 8? Or 9? Edge? Of course, it probably wasn't all luck. He was obsessed with all things Western, which helped him cultivate his English skills. He was able to use this to his advantage and sink his teeth into the GHQ. A mansion was built on the island soon after. This mansion, in fact. Grandfather, with his love of the Western style, made this once uninhabited island a canvas upon which he could realize his dreams to his heart's content. He now had the Western mansion of his dreams, overflowing with emotion and atmosphere, and a beautiful garden featuring all sorts of roses. He now had the Western mansion of his He had a private beach where nobody other than himself would ever be permitted to leave a footprint. This would be a dream come true for any boy. After that, he made good use of his huge fortune, becoming a large stockholder in an extremely stable iron and steel industry. He was able to live an easy and comfortable life just using the dividend. That's the ad break. I'll BRB. Well, he's just that incredible. The kind of person usually has the ability to foresee and predict the future, or at least that is how they're portrayed after the fact. But grandfather denies all of that, repeatedly saying he was simply blessed with extraordinary luck. Anyway, even a lord like that can't help but grow increasingly eccentric when locked up alone on an island, where all his dreams are made real. Everyone knows that he had a Western obsession from the start, but none of our parents really know when his bizarre black magic hobby began. Did his love of black magic begin way back when he became fascinated with everything Western? Or did his miraculous stretch of good luck while reviving his family cause him to feel the mysterious power within himself? At some point, grandfather began to make the research of black magic his life's work. He filled his study up with suspicious books, chemicals, and magical items as he became increasingly bizarre. From what I've heard, those around him warmly watched over him, figuring that someone who had achieved success in life had a right to do as he pleased, but there's no way that's true. They're probably just creeped out thinking, that's disgusting. I don't want to get involved. Anyway, that agitated period was an age of big gambles with both opportunity and risk. Let's say grandfather was born in this time period. He would have had no opportunities and would probably have advanced like a chess piece from mandatory education to college at a leisurely pace, never becoming more than the average salaryman. If that happened, he'd probably have sat somewhere happily talking behind his boss's back. No, not in a fancy dining hall like this, more like at a table in some bar. Then again, I'll bet this family conference would be a whole lot more relaxing if that were the case. Okay, that's enough about that old geezer. More importantly, let's talk about this incredible lunch. I'm already convinced by that sashimi salad appetizer. Goda-san's an excellent chef. Plus, these fish were caught in adjacent seas, weren't they? They're totally different from the sashimi you get at the supermarket. Hey, quit it, Battler. Your upbringing will be exposed. Everyone, let out a big laugh. Damn it, you say that even though you love those cheap pubs. The Japanese avatars look different. Oh yeah, I'm on the classic avatars. You might be on this one. I'm paying respects to the OG. Mostly because of George. I've eaten at many unusual places because of work. But this stands right up there with the best of them. I'd be willing to bet Goda used to be pretty well known in those circles. Well, I don't know the details, but stuff got complicated at the long-standing hotel he used to work at. What with them opening a new establishment with the same name and breaking into factions or whatever it was. In the middle of all that, he was apparently forced to retire. At that time, Mom just happened to be sending out job offers for a servant. As Goda removed the empty plates, he began to recount his own bumpy past without losing his smile. The world is a difficult place. However, thanks to the madam, I was given a chance to display my skills as a chef once again. This time for the Yushiromiya family. Although I enjoy experiencing the smiles of a larger number of people, I also find it quite entertaining to perform more delicate work that can please the limited number of those who have employed me. All that is to say thanks to the opportunity given to me by the madam. Goda respectfully bowed his head towards Aunt Natsuki. That's because you were the most talented of the applicants. The decision was purely objective, not based on personal feelings, blushes, and looks away, so there's no need to thank me. Dang, why does Aunt Natsuki always have to sound so indifferent? If only she spoke with a bit more kindness, she might leave a different impression. Shannon and Kumasawa entered from the hallway with a serving cart. Please excuse us. Now then, let us move on to today's dessert. Goda-san and others laid a beautifully adorned dessert out in front of all of us. I guess it's true what they say if you have another stomach for dessert. I thought I'd already filled up on delicious food, but as soon as I laid eyes on that dessert, my stomach started yelling more. I didn't know how much about dessert. I don't know much about desserts, but this looked really good. A white pudding-like substance was garnished with 2 shades of red sauce, and elegant rose petals adorned the dish. Normally, during a high-class meal like this, you're supposed to wait for the chef to extol the virtues of this particular meal before eating. However, Maria was completely indifferent to strict rules like that, so she got excited by this beautiful and delicious-looking dessert, jumping into the fray as soon as it was placed before her. Hello, sending greetings from Russia and wishing you a successful stream. Thank you, Kiai. Kiai? Thank you. Hope you're having a good day. Rich people get lunch dessert? Yeah, right? Isn't that messed up? Aunt Rosa scolded her, calling her bad manners, but George responded by saying, now, it's okay. This part's sour. Maria exclaimed as she sampled the 2 colored sauces. What? Some are good and some bad? Okay, I'll give it a go. Oh, Battler, I hate mouth noises. I thought we went over this. Apparently, one sauce was sweet and the other sour. Despite it being bad manners, I also stuck my little finger in it and licked it. Whoa, one of those sauces was sour enough to make you pucker up. If it were yellow, I'd have suspected lemon, but I couldn't guess what kind of sourness would be red. What kind of sourness would be red? I decided to ask Shannon, who was putting away the serving cart behind us. Hey, what kind of sauce is this sour sauce? Oh, it's blood. Oh no, it is blood. Shannon hesitated. Maybe her job was just to set the table so she doesn't really know. Still, even considering that, she seems really stressed. Blood wouldn't be sour, though. Blood tastes metallic. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. Or did they use some ingredient that we'd be better off not knowing about? Well, Aunt Natsu made a gesture that seemed to indicate an oncoming headache. Kumasawa-san, who was setting the table at the opposite end, began to chuckle. What do you think we made it out of? Oh, it'll shock ya. It's probably just raspberries or some shit. I have no clue. Wait a sec. Kumasawa, that lab's pretty creepy. What is it? Don't tell anyone, okay? Listen very carefully. Kumasawa leaned across the table from the other side. I leaned forward when she asked. Their interest caught. Jessica, George, and of course Maria all put their ears closer. Quickly, what is it? What is it? Quickly. You see, the sour part is made from juice squeezed from a mackerel. Delicious. That's crazy, we all thought, horrified. Only Maria, accepting it, nodded sagely. Oh, mackerels are sour. That's what comes out when you squeeze them. When Maria started clamoring that mackerel were sour, the adults were unable to contain their laughter. Only Aunt Rosa, her face red, whispered to Maria that mackerel is sour only once prepared as shimeshaba. Ah, now I totally remember. Kumasawa-san was always like this, wasn't she? I think I remember her tricking me into all sorts of ways when I was young. The most lethal has got to be that one. Those flimsy black things in Chinese dishes. They're kikurage mushrooms. She told me they were penguin meat, and I went all around school like a smartass telling everyone, didn't I? Oh, you trickster, you. You know Maria's gonna believe you now, right? Oh, I'm just kidding. Now Goda's gonna tell us what the sauce really is, won't he? Goda looked a little put off about his masterpiece being laughed at. But after clearing his throat, he introduced the dessert. Well then, allow me to introduce our dessert. The menu, starring Anya Taylor-Joy. After seeing how much you all enjoyed the rose garden earlier today, I finished this panna cotta in a rose garden style. The rose petals scattered across were selected just now from that very rose garden. The sauce is a combination of two reds, strawberry and rose hips. Please enjoy this mixture of the strawberry sweetness and the rose hip sourness. Furthermore, the rose petals are merely decorative, so please avoid them while you eat. With that said, please enjoy. Whoa, man, I almost want to applaud before eating. Panna cotta is good. Just like that, with medicine, reading the detailed description first seems to make it work a whole lot better. Goda-san elaborated on the details of as Goda-san elaborated on the details of this dessert, it started feeling even more appetizing, and I am feeling even more sleepy because I am messing up more and more words. Seriously, should you call him subtle or just talented? The dessert was probably planned from the beginning, but taking that hint when we all stopped in front of the rose garden earlier today. He displayed an incredible and timely awareness just by adding a few rose petals from that garden. The combination of sweet and sour was also exquisite. It was just sweet. If it was just sweet, you'd get used to it and bored halfway through. But if you reach the sour sauce at that point, you'd get a really vivid taste. All of the sourness in your mouth would be replaced with an enjoyable sweetness. I'm sure everyone else felt the same way. Every time Goda-san passed one of our seats, someone praised the taste in his presentation. How is it, madam? Splendid, as always. It is worthy of entertaining our guests. I am most grateful for your words. Madam, did you know? I have heard that rosehip has the ability to cure headaches. What if it's the rose they marked? I think that's very possible. I've heard that rosehip has the ability to cure headaches. I thought that you in particular would appreciate it, so I had it specially prepared. Damn, are you just narrating everything for like 5 hours a session for this game? Yeah, pretty much. And kind of commenting and trying to make light of certain lines if I find them funny. I guess you are a commentator, yeah. True.
そう
Is that so?
ありがとう。
Thank you.
ほら言ったでしょ
I wish I wish I could do voices so that I could actually like do their voices. But as we learned with Raging Loop, I cannot do voices. And roasting children, yeah. They get what they get. See, didn't I tell you, Natsuhi? Rose hip is good for headaches. Your voice is plenty good. Thank you.
みたいね
So it seems. I do hope it actually helps. Goda-san, I love you. Hey, later on, why don't you tell me how they're treating you? Or if you can't, just let me know what sort of salary you'd like. Oh, he's trying to poach. Having your talent confined to the small island is sacrilege to humanity's cooking culture. What do you think about working your craft for my company and delighting all of our customers? Hideyoshi, are you trying to steal away our Goda? Now that won't do at all. We better start treating Goda better, or he'll get snatched up. Oh yeah, you really should. If you don't, someone's gonna grab him, and you'll be stuck with 3 meals of Kumasawa-style mackerel cooking a day, won't ya? Oh, that's harsh. It seems like someone's holding a grudge against me. According to Jessica, Kumasawa-san's mackerel jokes were a running gag and our parents had long since gotten used to. Kumasawa-san often claimed that mackerels had precious nutritional value, which could slow aging, making people smarter and more. Supposedly, while it couldn't stop the outward signs of aging, it helped prevent aging on the inside. But since she was still spirited enough to tell these kinds of jokes at her age, there must be something to that theory. Oh, in that case, if you'll excuse me, prepare yourself for tonight's dinner. I'll be cooking plenty of mackerel dishes for you all, so you better look forward to it. Alright, we sure will. Can't wait to get all puckered up from tonight's shimesama. That sounds wonderful. I wonder if they'll be serving any good Japanese sake. Oh, we certainly will. Haven't you heard of Rokonjima's famous mackerel? Oh man, she's running this joke into the ground. Haven't you heard of our famous mackerel shochu? Oh yeah, that's a banger. Kumasawa-san, together with Shannon, bowed and pushed the serving cart away. It was pretty funny to watch Goda-san, who looked like his show has totally been stolen, explain in a serious voice that we would be having calf steak for dinner. Kinda wanted mackerel. Kumasawa-san, thanks for doing that back there. As she pushed the serving cart, Shannon bowed her head very deeply. Oh, I haven't done anything that requires thanks, darling. God, I wish I was 80 so I could just have one bit and people would still laugh. I mean, you can do that now. You just gotta find a banger of a bit. Like, the mackerel bit is top notch. I mean, how do you combat the mackerel bit? Kumasawa may have played dumb, but she had obviously understood and saved Shannon in the nick of time. Back when Battler had asked about dessert, Shannon had unfortunately hesitated. There may have been several ways to dodge the question, but all of them would have required some quick wits. Shannon, who is a piece of furniture, hesitated when hard-pressed for response, was always suffering because of this small weakness. If only Shannon had a little of the craftiness needed to cleverly shake off a mistake. Like Goda, her life would have been a bit easier. The fact that she could perform other tasks flawlessly made this weakness even more unfortunate. However, there were some who understood Shannon's honest nature, her inability to gloss over a mistake and draw attention away from it. That was why Kumasawa had smoothly come to her rescue. I just heard from Genji-san that there will be a change in the afternoon shift. I believe you were given a break until this evening. Oh, I'm jealous. Oh. Sorry, I haven't checked the shift chart yet. Ah, yes. I was thinking I might start cooking some mackerel, and oh, there she goes again. If you don't mind, I would be happy if you would help out a bit before your break. Ah, sure. I would be delighted to help. To Shannon, Kumasawa was like a mother among the servants. The dining hall needed to be cleaned up, so we were chased out. Instead, tea was being served in the parlor, Tea mentioned. Apparently, they'd prepared the black tea that Aunt Rosa had brought for Aunt Natsuhi. Maria said she also wanted to have some black tea, but my old bastard said she couldn't and told the children to go play outside.
Battler,
why don't we all go for a walk outside?
バラでも見に行ったら
Here, go ahead and look at the roses or
で
something.
も天気には
Keep a
十分
close eye on the
注意。
weather.
空はまだ
The
明るい
sky's
が
still clear, but the
天気
weather
予報は
report keeps
フル
talking about
フルと
rain.
繰り返
Oh, who wants to go to the beach?
あら素敵じゃない
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
砂浜で遊ぶ
Playing on
なん
a
て
sandy beach isn't
普段は
something you
な
get
か
to
な
do
かで
often,
きない
isn't
も
it?
のね
そっか。
Ah, good
よし。
point.
じゃあ
Let's all
みんな
go.
で
Let's
浜
all
辺でも
go
行こ
to
う
the
ぜ。
beach. Triforce, circa 2012. Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
マリア、服を濡らさないようにするのよ。
Be careful not to get your clothes wet
靴もよ。
or your shoes. Okay. Won't get wet.
素直で可愛い
That obedience is so cute. Battler,
マリアちゃんの
make sure you
面
keep an eye on
倒ちゃんと見て
Maria-chan,
あげて
okay?
ね
おうよ
Yeah,
任
leave
せ
it
ろ
to me. Leave it to me.
おう
Hey,
お前も
you're
キリン
pretty
に頼まれ
obedient
る
and
と
cute
素直
yourself,
で可愛いじゃ
listening
ん
to Kyrie like
た
that.
まには俺
Why
の
don't
言
you
う
also
ことを
listen to me
素直に
obediently
聞いて
for a
みろよ
change? Why is this? This dude is like the worst.
まっぴらごめん
No.
行こうぜみんな
Let's go,
ほら
everyone.
ほら
The children flew out of the parlor. They were replaced by Genji, who pushed a serving cart in and prepared to serve the tea. The parlor was filled with a sublime aroma, which delighted everyone while they waited to sate their thirst. Ah,
ルドルフのところは
Rudolph's family
家族仲
certainly
が
seems
良い
close.
ことだ
It's a wonderful thing.
よせよ
Quit it.
兄貴
We're
の
no
とこ
match
ろ
for
に
your
負けるぜ
family. Is this like insult by saying you have a nice
そう
family?
よジェシカちゃん
That's true. You've raised
本当に
Jessica
可愛らしく
to be so
育った
adorable.
これも夏
I imagine that she had
姉さんの
another fruit of your
教育
talents
の
at education and training, Natsuhi.
どうも
Thank you. Natsuhi answered coldly. The conversation broke off and then the parlor fell silent. Maybe Hideyoshi couldn't bear the silence because he'd broken himself with an exaggerated gesture.
しかし
Ah,
成長は
they
早
do
い
grow
ものでい
fast.
つまでも子供
I
だ
thought
と
they'd be
思っ
kids
とったら
forever, but they start getting
図体
huge
が
all
み
of a
るみる
sudden.
でかくなり
And then they're
い
adults
つの間に
just like
か大
us.
人のバトラ君なんか
Badler
見
looks like
違
a
えたね
completely different person now.
体は大きくなりましたけ
His
ど
body has grown much
まだ
bigger,
子
but
供です
he's still just a
うち
kid.
の主人も
Though you could say the same thing about my husband. I wonder where the border
子
between
供
child
と
and
大人だ
adult
った
is.
私
I still don't feel as though I've
未だ
grown
に大
up.
人にな
情けない
Isn't
じゃ
that
ない
pitiful? What a dick.
一時の母
That's
の
not
言う
something the
こと
mother
で
of
は
a child should say.
そうね
That's right. We're not children
大
anymore.
人同士
We're all adults now.
だから感情的
What
に
a
なら
weird
ず
phrasing.
詩
Like,
的な
hold
会話
on.
をしたいわね
Why are they saying it like that? Like, aren't they like way like they gotta be in their like 40s and 50s, right? Like, why would they still phrase it like that? So I wish we could talk together on an intellectual level rather than an emotional one. What's happening? When Ava smiled with sharp sarcasm, everyone seemed to get more tense. It felt as though the pleasant tea aroma had been tossed out the window.
知的な会話なら昔からいつも心がけているじゃないか
Whoa, he's talking fast. He's spitting now. Since long ago, we've always endeavored to engage in intellectual
お前の
conversations.
嫌味は時
It
に
seems your
的を外
sarcasm
している
occasionally misses its mark,
昔から変わ
just
ら
as it always has. Oh, they're about to throw down. Hold on.
昔からい
I
つ
want them to
も
fight.
ですって
Oh, what is it you've always endeavored to do? Endeavor mentioned? Shoutouts to Titanic Endeavor. First to 7, 4-0's a wash. Loser pays
あ
double.
らあら
Ara.
その言葉をきれいに放送して
I wish I could
何
wrap
十
those
年か
words
前
up
の
and
この
send
部屋
them
に届け
to
てあげ
this
たい
room
わ
a
ね
few decades ago.
ねえローザ
Right, Rosa? Rosa gave a vague smile. Oh, history? She knew that, whether she agreed or disagreed, she'd earned the displeasure of one of her siblings. It was a bit of worldly wisdom that had been essential for someone growing up as the youngest sibling.
よせよ姉貴
Quit it.
ガキどもがいない
We'd better
間
get
に
started on our main topic while the
本題に入ろう
brats
じゃ
aren't around.
それこそ知的な
Let us
話
make that our intellectual discussion. As Rudolph glanced over the faces of all those present, some let out a slight sigh, and some let a small look of resignation cross their face. They were approaching the unavoidable, true agenda.
去年の時点で
Last
余
year,
命3ヶ月
his life expectancy was estimated at about 3
って
months,
ことは
which I guess means
すで
he's
に
got
マイナス
negative
9
9
ヶ
months
月って
left
こと
now.
じゃねえか
Based math person talking literal nonsense because the numbers line up.
いつお迎えが慌て
Should we
て
take that to mean it might suddenly happen at any
すっ飛んでくるかもわからねえ状態ってことだ
time?
ぜ
当主様は
The family head is still alive and well. The fact that you'd bring up such an inappropriate topic under the light of day makes me doubt your sanity, Rudolph. Still, Natsui, this is the sort of thing you can't put off until after something happens. He's still healthy now, which makes this the perfect time to talk about this, while we've still got time to plan. And this is the perfect time for me to use the bathroom because that's an ad break. I'll be right back. I am back and I have veggie straws. I got an abnormally large veggie straw in this bag. Alright, we're so back. It's just a bit of financial etiquette, you might say. It seems father is the focus of everyone's concern. Nanjo, could we hear the details from you? It appears to be what everyone else is waiting for, after all. Nanjo, who had been standing by the window and staring out into the rose garden, let out a single cough when he realized that he was being called. Nanjo, how is father's condition? Well, to begin, allow me to start with a revision, since my estimate last year that he only had 3 months was not borne out. No need to explain. You're saying that measuring remaining life is only a prediction, not a promise, right? That is correct. Because of that, while I will accept everyone's repeated questions, I can by no means confirm when he will pass away. A human's life is supported by their body and their mind. If the body is weak, the situation becomes more dangerous. But if the mind is strong enough to compensate for that weakness, the effects of one condition can sometimes remain in a subdued state. You're saying that even if his body is weak, his mind is still firm and spirited? Harry, sorry, but please stay quiet for a bit. Dude, that's a very reasonable question. I'm sorry. Oh my god. That is correct. Kinzo-san's body is being overwhelmed by the demon of ill health. This would hold especially true as long as he continued to partake of such strong alcohol. So he's in a crisis now because he drinks? And maybe he's lived long enough? Maybe he's lived this long because he drinks? There's Dad for you, the heavy drinker. Well then, Doctor, I know you can't give anything more than a prediction, but what do you think about Father's chances of living until today next year? That's quite a rude question to ask about the family head. Natsui jumped on Eva, not even bothering to hide her astonished expression. Eva stared back daringly, but Hideyoshi realized what was going on and tried to smooth things over with a forced smile. Natsui, forgive her. Eva, choose your words more carefully, okay? I'm sorry. I was just so concerned about Father's condition. Oh, is that so? I hadn't realized. They're gonna tear each other apart here. Nanjo, please tell us. For the sake of the beautiful love of a daughter worried about her father's lifespan. Kraus laughed sarcastically, and Eva, smiling sweetly, returned an identical sarcastic chuckle. You ask whether he will still be healthy next year, but as a doctor, it is very hard to say. Because while I do think this lull in his condition will continue for a while, if he suffers some kind of fit, there may be nothing we can do. After all, Brokenjima is a solitary island. It is not as though an ambulance could quickly jump in and save him. Normally, I would want to have him placed on a large hospital in the mainland, but Father stated that he does not want his noble research interrupted. It seems he holds a grudge over the way he tried to force him out last year. Apparently, he strongly suggests he'll be shut away in some hospital if he goes outside. And that's how things are now. Has Dr. Nanjo been examining him? Father trusts Dr. Nanjo. It seems he can be examined when in one of his better moods. I can examine his condition, but if I try to recommend medicine or hospitalization, he refuses to listen. I've only really been able to look. It's true some people hate doctors. Still, what a hassle. Nanjo sighed deeply. The purpose of an examination is to determine what medical treatment would be appropriate. Receiving an examination and then not following the advice given makes the whole thing pointless. So, to sum it up, he's still expected to live 3 months. There's no way to guess how long he'll continue to live while still on the verge of death. Rudolph, could you be a little more discreet with your words, please? Sorry. I've always talked this way. Give me a break. I understand how Dr. Nanjo sees it. What about you, Kraus? To be perfectly honest, I disagree with Dr. Nanjo. I find it truly difficult to think of Father as a person so sick that he only has 3 months to live. His yell is as healthy as ever, and I still get chills at the thought of his fists raining down on me. Pushing the care of your father solely on the shoulders of the eldest sibling is far from fair. Ha! In the next world, get born after me. Okay, let's get back on track. So in the opinion of our impartial and neutral doctor, it wouldn't be odd for him to go anytime. Trauma dump. No offense to you, Aniki, but I'd rather trust the opinion of an expert in this field. Which means it's definitely not too early to start talking about his assets. Father's personal funds probably reach as high as several tens of billions of yen, right? But it's not as though that's all neatly gathered as ready cash. It's not as simple as cutting a birthday cake with a knife. That is an interesting way to put it. That's right. You sometimes get strawberries or chocolate on top of the cake, making it hard to cleanly cut into equal parts. Given that, don't you think it's important to discuss beforehand how to best stick the knife in? Ooh, bars. I cannot understand how you all can openly discuss this as though the family head is dead, even though he's still alive. Oh, come on now. Don't you see how important this is? After all, when the time comes, the inheritance of his fortune must be carried out immediately, right? Moreover, the glorious Knife In, the prequel to Knives Out, the glorious Ushimira's house wealth is vast. Don't you understand that careful discussion is necessary beforehand? There's a huge difference between this family's resources and your family's wealth. How rude. My birth family has nothing to do with this. Natsuki responded indignantly, though in a low voice. The already dark atmosphere grew even more hostile. Okay. We're about 3 hours in. It's getting late. I don't know how much longer the scene's gonna go, but at the same time, there is a match on the Grand Archive stream that I want to watch. So I'm gonna save. And I'm gonna watch the Grand Archive match on stream. And then we'll probably pick Umineko up tomorrow. So those of you who are here for Umineko, I appreciate it. It's been fun. I'll probably pick back up tomorrow. If you want to go, you can go. If you want to hang out a little bit more, I'm going to be watching the match of Ascent Taipei. Are we committed to finishing Umineko? I'm going to try to finish Umineko, yeah. All the VODs will be on YouTube because I simulcast to YouTube. So if you ever miss a stream and you want to watch, it'll all be on there. Hopefully sufficiently labeled, as long as I can keep technology on my side. Thanks for streaming, King. Thank you, yeah. might drop my playthrough and just watch you. I would be honored. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be a lot of Umineko, and then maybe like once a week a stream of something different. But I'm totally down to just jam Umineko for the next month. So yeah. All right. So. GG's, enjoy the tournament. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. So I'm gonna boot this up. The deck at the top is the one that I'm trying to play. It's a Wind Allies Xander deck. And the deck at the bottom is a deck that I'm worried about in the metagame. So I want to see how they approach this matchup. Thank you for the stream. Yeah, thank you, everybody. I want to see how this matchup goes. I imagine it's probably decent. What happened to the Asen? Was it Sadie bounce, Sadie attack, Sadie bounce attack? CSR Sadie on board. Go to Tristan 1, get a prep counter. What's that shiny card on the board? Do we know? Is it Boots? Oh no, it's a power cell. Rowan has a lot of cards in hand. Oh, Agility 3. Gaben selected Agility 3. Stifling Trap to kill the Shimmer Cloak. Sadie attack for 2. Imbue Windmill Engineer. With the agility, you get the card back. That's kind of hype. Back for 1. Two more. They run Sable Remnant, which is kind of interesting. And he's going to Agility 3 back up. Four cards in hand. Brian has a ton of cards. Is this GCR here? Dagger, sure. Recollect draw. He has so many cards in hand. Dream Fairy spotted. Pog. So many cards. Outlook. At the Remnant. This is a hard. It looks like a hard matchup for both. Play 3. Targeted Sadi. Oh, okay. Reclaim the windmill and then use the card to return Sadi. And he takes damage. You gonna level to draw a card? Paraphrase. He might be dead. If Proan has a Zephyr, he might be dead. He has a lot of cards in hand. Caben has a lot of cards in hand, though. Engineer. Yeah, Caben has Innervate Agility, too. Another. Oh, wow, the Lurking died. Agility 3 gained. That's huge. Drawing cards back to his hand with the agility. Looking kind of rough here. I think we go Xander here. Yeah, pretty obvious. Pick one. Don't lose Zephyr. Oh yeah, he can't Zephyr and materialize because... In-cap spotted. Huge. Pop Terrafring. Mercenary Blade out. Interesting choice. What trying to do here? Is he popping the dagger? He has an inspiring call here too. But like you can't swing. We're gonna play a magistrate. And then just pass? Kinda rough. Surveil the Wind, bounce Sadie, level up. He had 2 floating. Dungeon Guide out there too, but Magistrate, I mean, Caben has enough cards here. You can attack with the 1 and then with the Sadi. Jeez, he has a lot of cards. But he has so many cards in hand. Sadi coming back down. Sadi's gonna spike so high. Sadi's gonna spike so high after this tourney. Oh, that sucks. Probably has Incapacitate on top of the Stifling track. He has Agility 3 again. Oh, Reclaim, yeah. There's a lot of potential damage coming through. And actually with like the right stuff, like Zephyr and stuff, Dungeon Guide resolves. Hmm. DSR ominous. Immediately goes Shadow's Claw. After the outlook. This is looking bad. Backup chart. Power set. Feels like it's over. Unless you can like Zephyr away the shadows. Oh, you can Dream Fairy the shadows too. You can definitely get these shadows out of the way. He's just innovating agility pre-rack. Ah, neat. Where are your counters? Where are your counters? There, okay. Ooh. Full board gets stealth. He didn't want it to get incapacitated. Fairy on a shadow kind of sucks though, because like they're just coming back. This is looking extremely over. How does the Xander deck get? Do a post sideboard looks. Definitely, it doesn't seem like a terrible matchup. It's also Caben piloting the Tristan deck. So he's like quite good at the game, obviously. Normal ominous Pepe laugh. 2 for 1. 2, 4, 6. 1 short. Pop the boot. He's doubling the prep here is so gross. You gotta incapacitate this. Oh, he's just scooping. What a casual, yeah. It's only 2 CSR ones, lol. Yeah, reprogram actually beats up this Xander deck a little bit. I wonder, let me go on TCG player. What's Sadie going for right now, you think? With all this success that it's seeing at this ascent. It is completely sold out. Oh, foil. Okay, I was gonna be like, what? 32, 32, 30, 30, 32. Ease. Cleansing. What's cleansing, Grand Arc? It's like cleansing reunion or something. Reunion or something. Cleansing reunion. Imbue 2. Target player banishes 3. Oh, it's the graveyard banish card. Oh. He's citing out incapacitate. Citing out incapacitate and masterminds. It looks like. No, that's citing in. Umineko. Oh, you missed Umineko. Felis, you missed it. It's on YouTube if you want to watch today's session. I'll probably be doing more Umineko tomorrow. I'm just watching the end of this. I should change my category to just chatting. The Magistrate is $30 right now. There's only 2 of them on TCG Player. That's crazy. How about Shadow's Claw? Shadow's Claw, $73. Jeez. Gloamspire Mantle, 75 for Gloamspire Mantle. That's so nuts. Holy moly. I don't think I have a Shadow's Claw either. I have a Gloamspire. But I don't think I have a Shadow's Claw. Sadie just being sold out. You actually can't stop QSG with Magistrate. The commentators are saying you can stop Quicksilver Grill with Magistrate, but you can't. Chances are, if your thieving cut doesn't make contact, you lose the game because you don't get to draw a card either. Gildas, pretty good here. Reprogram feels bad though. Yeah, that's a good play because like you don't want to get reprogrammed. Yeah, having it stifling trapped, having it get reprogrammed if he knows the sideboard. Why is TCG's not playing Dream Fairy in their deck? Thought he does so much work. What a good card. Like I knew that card was good day one. Such a yeah, and you have 2 to save her. Now go backup charger. Huh. Cloak face. Yeah, ignore the Sadi. Another Shimmer Cloak. We're going in. And keeping the Vanguard up? Oh. No swing with Vanguard, so if Sadi goes into it, you retaliate it. Yeah, I like that play a lot. I think he used Fairy Whispers. What'd you materialize here? Ring? Yeah, you go ring, but like you're like at risk of dying here. Getting rushed down though. Arrow trap, stifling trap. It's a lot of good ways to stop attacks. Stifling trap is here. Turn Sadi. Get a prep. Also class bonus. No, that was the arrow trap you put there. Snifling trap and trap. There's a Veiling Breeze in there too. I mean, you're not like... God, that's so many cards in hand for Kaben. So many cards in hand. How do you fight this? This format looks rough, man. Kill a Shimmer Cloak. There's a lot of ways to stay up. But not a lot of ways to, like, advance the board and try to win, either. Mind Freeze looking better and better? Maybe, yeah. Gonna go Ring. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Dagger here. You have Resolute? Oh, Sword. Okay. Resolute prereq. Okay. Balance Gildas. Take one. That's a good hit. You go prep. Like, how do you kill him here? Cloak. Carefring into the Tristan deck. Thing. Oh, is he gonna power sell the Shimmer Cloak here? Power sell the Shimmer. We're going for something here. In caps on the -3. Now, tune makes sense. That's for a lot. That's also damage. Hit him. Ooh, we got one. Draw two. Prevail. He's like 15 cards in hand again. Slicing dice through Tariff is kind of hard anyways. Outlook. He just passed. There. It does not. Innervate agility only costs like 2 as well, I think. Yeah, it costs 2. Jeez. I mean, you can't take a lot of these hits. Word stuff. Or seeking his class bonus. Looking helpless. Digging. I mean, this deck does a lot of nothing, but it does a lot of not dying while it's doing nothing. This is like, if you find yourself on a turn where you can't defend yourself, which is what Cayman is slowly approaching here, Troyan can do a lot of damage. Like, what's Cayman on? 5 cards? 6 cards. Just another mastermind scheme. Like, kind of not doing any... Like, there's nothing that keeps him alive on this hand now. There's actually nothing defensive. You're probably not dead. That is correct. You're 22. Yeah, there's no defensive cards. This actually doesn't look great for Caben here. Rifle on Sadi. If you put 2 down to bounce Sadi, you're defenseless. Outlook at you. There's chance here. I don't know what you go into as Pro-An though. A lot of damage on board. This should get you back to balanced with Gildas. I mean, dice or something. Like, this is a lot of damage. You might be dead. Shimmer Cloak for the balance. I think you're giga dead. 5. Attack with Xander. 1. 10. Inspiring. Take 1 billion. 4. Five. No, 4, 4, 3. You're at 1. No shot, dude. That had to be lethal. He was like, I counted it. Okay, it is 21. Dude. Dude, no way you don't kill here. That's crazy. He looks so defeated. Oh, well. No, how do you win? You have to Zephyr away the shadows? Sword swing doesn't matter though. One short. So tragic. Ooh, deflecting edge though? Clean. Mastermind. 8 attack redirects. But Pro-An has Dream Fairy in there. So if you go Dream Fairy, Dream Fairy, you can't redirect attacks. Get a wind bobble here. Three, four, five, six, seven. You need one more card. This is so tragic. You need one more card to be able to double Dream Fairy. But you're going Xander too here? What's the idea? Typhon? The idea. We want life? Yeah. You down for Dream Fairy? Look, prep counter. Remove one. Glimpse. You can't play cards. The balanced Gildas. So redirect. The other shadow. He needs to win too. Gaben does. Redirect to that shadow. Tough on time too. Yeah, very much better to tie here. The mercenaries played. The idea behind that. Oh, edge, yeah, deflecting it. Oh. Take one. Gotta redirect the two. 8 counters. Backup charger. We're hunting. Very real. Can use the outlook. Glimpse. It's 4, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 damage. I count 15 damage with the slice and dice. Eleven, 12. Needs one more. He has the Sadi, but like you can't wait. Can you lay 3 for Sadi? No. He only has 5 cards. I think he's short. I'm back. How far did you get in Umineko? The family is arguing about the grandfather's inheritance rate. And I had to stop because I wanted to watch this match at Grand Archive. I think he's 1 card short. They're always doing that? Ah, noted. Naruhodo. 1, 2, 3, Sadi. Yeah, he's gonna try to clear board. So I guess it was the first time then? Yeah. So we had dinner, and we had the dessert that was like the rose and the strawberry pudding or whatever, which is probably symbolic of something. And then they talked about the history of the grandfather, how like all those coincidences caused him to be like really successful in business and all that. And yeah. Kill Gildas here. Kill the outlook. Agility. Free attacks. Wind bobble. I think he's got it. Made 1 durability on the Shadow Claw. Oh. Slice and Dice is pretty good. He motioned with the let's go. I can't believe he got that, dude. That game was sick. Dude, the fact that he stuck in it, he fought through 14 prep counters of deflection. This is probably slightly Tristan favored. Dude, that's crazy that Pro-An was 1 short on his big explosive turn, and then Caben was 1 mana short of winning on his turn. That's how thin the margins are at this level. It's crazy. That was through... So, this gives me some hope, because that was through 14 prep counters of deflection, an Innervate Agility, a Resolute Stand, and a Veiling Breeze. He found enough damage. Like, come on. You know, like... Granted, Caben only drew defense. And that was without Dagger, mind you. But Caben only drew defense. So he didn't have a chance to, like, turn it around and kill him. But man, that was such a good match. And Pogging. I like this deck a lot, this Xander Allies deck. It's actually so sick. I feel like it'll be good into Sylvie, because I think Wind is good into Sylvie. And I think it'll be okay enough into this Tristan deck. And there might be tech that you can add to make it better into this Tristan deck. Like, honestly, you might want to play the Hawk. The 2-2, well, the 2-2 Hawk actually sounds kind of bad. But you might want to play the Hawk for the True Sight. hand. Oh, Magistrate, and then Outlook. It's nice to. I think these two are too. Like, it's nice to see. This is actually such a sick match. You love backup charger. So many cards. I can't believe Korhazi outlooks are staring down each other at like top tables. This card is so ass. Umineko. Deflecting Edge, Keck. Oh, saw the squirrel. Imbue Deflecting Edge with a squirrel. CR. Bobble, yeah. Effectively. Select draw. Smack it. Huh? Big Gildas damage. One FA. And lose one. Oh, well, there's a magistrate on board, but magistrate's easily killed here too, so gets a prep counter. Double Straddle Strike in hand. Yeah, this is the first game that Caban didn't draw Sadi either, so like I think this deck performs vastly different with and without Sadi. Here. Whirls with Dagger is actually kind of hype. Remember? New. Two. Arrow trap this. There's also a Zephyr option. Oh, Veiling? No. Triz. Parrot is nice here though, because we just Zephyr our thing. Yep. And Tristan draws one less card here with the preparation. So that makes him go boots. Yeah. Out or surveil. Okay, well there's your fourth prep counter. He has a Veiling Breeze here too, but that Veiling Breeze is about to get incapped. Oh, maybe not though, because he had to play the Zephyr. Body. Attack Magistrate, get agility. Leveling, Xander. Xander effect. Glimpse 2. Up top. Yeah. He's gonna go Veiling Breeze here. Goes to 2. Activate that. You got a Veiling Breeze in response to it. Infinite. And he has 2 squirrels. He has 2 squirrels in hand, dude. It's infinite damage. He has 2 squirrels in. If he does not Veiling Breeze in response to that Korhazi, I think he dies. He takes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. He takes at least 12, and that's... Squirrel? Please let him do it. Please let him do it. Yeah, this is time. This is turn 0 of time. I don't think you take risk, bro. Oh, no, the ad break. Untimely ad break. Got the Veiling Breeze. He knows in his gut that he should Veiling Breeze here. Stop yapping. It's dead. It's your fucking dead. I think that's why they're just sitting there. Is this Caven thinking? It looks like they're both waiting on a judge. Oh, maybe. As I understand it, Korhazi is on the stack. Korhazi Outlook is on the stack. Yeah. But, like, he's talking so much, there's no way he's, like, out loud logicking what could happen, thinking Pro-An might, like, crack. Just so the judge can watch, yeah. Yeah, just so the judge can watch and make sure. He's doing it. Okay. So we're not winning here. He has Veiling and Resolute. Now he can hold Incapacitate. for a potential fog on the next turn. He's leveling up though. Now he has a lot of life. Draw 2. If it draws Dungeon Guide, I think he can win. Huh? Oh, does he have Masterminds? No, he lost Masterminds in the level up. I don't think... Maybe he wins the next turn is the idea? Nope, just upstairs. And he's gonna pass. Now we have an in-cap. Now it might be GG's. It's kind of scary. You have to win this turn if you're pro-an if you want to win. Yeah. Thank you. This is pro-an's final turn. Caben gets one more turn. I think I go Sword of Seeking here and try to... If I'm trying to win, I go Sword of Seeking here. Terrafrang. So he wants the draw. No, pro-am was turn player. He was activating Outlook when time got called. Oh yeah, we don't care if the opponent plays cards because we have... Wait, why wouldn't you dagger? Yeah, you wouldn't be able to bring out Mercenary's Blade. Now you in-cap. Oh, he has 2? Omega lol. He just had 2 Veilings anyways. That's why Caven's the best. He just has double Veiling in the in-cap turn. Now, like, yeah, it's a draw. Dungeon Guide? Wait, is it dead? Oh, yeah. Yeah, but you're not dealing 16 damage here. Why wouldn't you crack the Terrafrang? What a slop show to end it. There's literally no more turns in the game. Why? A slop show. But like there's literally no reason not to. Such a shame on like a whack ending there. Yeah, and you lose the whole set. And now people are gonna see, you know, Caben 10-0-1 or whatever. Alright, I can't stay up for round 12, but I did want to watch that one. GG's everybody. Probably more Umineko tomorrow. I got locals tomorrow as well, so I'll be there playing. I'm gonna bring that Xander deck. We'll see how it does. I don't know. The more I look at this, the more it's like I feel like I should bring Tristan to events, but I don't know. That was I think Xander has a fine time, and I like Xander way more, so I'll probably do better with a deck I like more. But yeah, GG's. Y'all be good to one another. And see y'all later.